When I was a kid, about 5 or 6 years old, I had regular encounters with shadow people, especially at night, to the point where I would hate going to the bathroom alone in the dark, because they would literally line the walls of the hallway from my room to the bathroom, just staring at me, despite having no facial features. With the shadow people, though, I never felt threatened, just unnerved. One night, I had to go to the bathroom, and my parents were asleep, so I was stuck going alone. I didn't see any shadow people that night, but I still kept my head down and walked quickly. As a kid, I also had anxiety about closed doors for some reason, so I left the door open a crack. I was just about to get up and leave when the door slowly opened. I could hear footsteps down the hall, like someone with shoes on was shuffling on the floor. We didn't wear shoes inside, and I felt a really strong feeling of dread. I saw a faint blue turquoise glowing light from the end of the hallway, and then I saw a man. He was walking sideways down the hall towards me. He was gliding effortlessly, like it was the way he always walked. He was smiling and facing into the bathroom. He had brown hair, plastic-like a Ken doll, and he was wearing jeans and a turquoise button-up shirt. His arms were out at his sides. Strangely, he didn't seem fully there. His form sort of flickered with bits of color, like when you rub your eyes and see random colorful flashes, but he never disappeared or anything. He was very much real. I panicked and looked away, and was stuck just sitting there, frozen, until I couldn't hear his shuffling anymore. I looked down the hallway and he was gone, and I ran back to my room. I never told anyone for years, and I don't know why. I don't even think I told my best friend, or brought him up when people were sharing ghost stories. Then, one day, my mom and I were out walking the dog, and the topic of how haunted our old house was came up. She told me that she had a lot of weird dreams there, but one in particular stood out to her. In the dream, she was in bed. Her room was in the same hallway as mine, facing out into it, and she was very aware that a bunch of people were in the house, and that she wanted them out. Then, she saw the same man, walking the same way down the hallway. She got the same feeling of dread, and wanted him gone as soon as possible. She didn't tell anyone about him, not my dad, not her sister, no one, and she doesn't know why either. When she told me about this, I almost started crying. I still don't know why, but when I talk about him, I get choked up and start to feel really scared, even though I've never seen him since. I don't know what he is or if he still exists, but neither of us had told anyone about him until that day. I've heard recently that some people report similar feelings of intense emotion when talking about aliens. I posted about him in another sub, and someone suggested an alien. Maybe that's what he is? Has anyone else in this thread seen him or anything at all like him? I'd love some insight into what he is, or just another person who has encountered him. This story happened when I was working the 150-mile line between Nashville and Chattanooga, Tennessee. I was working a local job on that run called the Cowan Pusher, with the mountain grade starting at Cowan and basically going all the way to Chattanooga. It can be a difficult stretch of railroad. I had the third shift on the Cowan Pusher. It was all I could hold, even if I didn't enjoy working nights. We basically just sat in the shop and waited to be called to help heavy tonnage trains get to Sherwood, Tennessee. Now all I can say about Sherwood is picture the hills have eyes with banjos added in. On the night in question, it was about 11:50 p.m., when a heavy freight train stopped over at Sherwood and requested our help to get over to the other side of the mountain. We climbed on the engines and got on our way. By the time we hit South Cowan and started curving up the foot of the mountain, we had no visibility of anything that wasn't illuminated by the locomotive light. We had a 30-minute ride ahead of us, along with a 2-mile-long dark tunnel in our path. As the clock struck midnight, we were now in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by woods filled with wolves, rattlesnakes, and a few mountain folks. Most of the mountain folk are nice, but don't let the sun set with your ass in those woods. About 10 minutes later, the north portal of the tunnel was in sight. A bridge overhung the entrance. A branch line that was taken up long ago crossed it, going to another part of the mountains. The bridge is still accessible by ATVs. As I looked up, I saw a campfire and people. They all looked to be dressed darkly, maybe even in masks. All I could see was white in the faces. As we started under the bridge, we heard a thud over our heads on the locomotive roof. We proceeded through the dark tunnel and slowed just out of the south portal as the conductor looked out the back door with his flashlight. He saw nothing, so we shrugged our shoulders and proceeded on the last 10 minutes to our waiting train. It was 2:20 a.m. as we coupled onto the rear of the train to push it from Sherwood. As the engineer on the head end entered the south portal of the tunnel, he radioed back to me talking about figures standing over the tunnel entrance. However, no one was there as I passed it. As we exited the north portal, I tried to see on my side of the tracks whatever had hit our roof. I saw what looked like a black cloak fluttering in the wind as we passed, but I couldn't really tell. As we entered Cowan, we uncoupled on the fly and the train continued to Nashville. We cruised on into our parking track and tied our engines down. As we got off, we had the feeling of being watched, but thought nothing of it as we parked our asses in the office chairs. We had no more work for the rest of our shift. We talked and napped off and on until about 3 a.m., but we never did shake the feelings of being watched, so we stepped outside. I put a pinch of dip in my lip, and my conductor lit a cigarette. As we bullshitted, we both noticed movement in the brush across the tracks. Now I must remind all of you that both my conductor and myself are big country boys who don't scare easy. We went over to investigate and found 3 hooded men in the bushes. With a huge spit of my tobacco, I said, "What the hell are you guys doing here? You understand you're trespassing on railroad property, right?" The lead guy then spoke up in a demonic gravelly tone.
"We just want what's ours."
As he said this, he motioned to the top of the locomotive. We looked to see a young man on the roof at the air horn. The young man was only wearing underwear, and as we all looked at him, he bolted off the roof, climbed down, and ran down the tracks. As this happened, the figures turned to chase. The lead guy then turned his head back towards us with glowing eyes that we could now see. He stared for a second, then he gave chase with his friends. We called the police. After hours of investigation, they found the man's underwear. No traces of him or cloaked individuals. We even took them up the mountain. Cops love free train rides, but there was nothing. Now, on occasion, we find dead animals by the shop door or locomotive. I've even found 1 or 2 at my door at home. We still occasionally see that same fire on that bridge and get the feeling of being watched, but it's all gone by the time we return. There is a cult somewhere on that mountain. I don't drive. I haven't in over a decade. And when people ask why, I have a litany of reasons I give them. I'm from New York, but now live in Wyoming, so most of the time I simply lie and say that I never learned, and that in New York I easily got around with buses and cabs. I tell my husband it gives me panic attacks, which it does, but he doesn't understand why because I never told him. For the first time ever, I'm going to explain why I don't drive, and the source of the panic attacks it gives me. A little over 10 years ago, I was living in New York, just 30 minutes north of the city in Rockland County. Rockland has lots of trees and forests, and is the home to the infamous Letchworth Village. I was in my early 20s and was driving home from visiting my sister, and I decided to take a back road shortcut. It had just gotten dark out. The road I was taking was very narrow and wooded on both sides. It also had lots of twists and sharp turns. Being a young idiot and not seeing any other cars on the road, I was doing well past the speed limit and blasting music. The trip from my sister's house to mine via this road was around 10 minutes. The sharpest turn in the road came up, and I barely slowed to take it. That's when it happened. Mid-turn, a figure looking like it was wearing a rain poncho appeared right next to the driver's side of the car. It was tannish in color, and I thought I had just swiped someone crossing the wooded road at night. I slammed the brakes and skidded off the road, barely missing a tree. I knew I had just killed or at least seriously wounded someone. I jumped out of the car and ran back to the area where it happened. Nothing. I had a flashlight on my keyring, a little but powerful LED, and I scanned the road looking for blood or anything. What I saw was far too tall to have been an animal, and it was right next to my window at one point, so I know I saw someone. No doubts. I ran to both sides of the road, seeing if the impact had thrown the person. That's when it hit me. I saw someone, was sure the car made contact, but heard nothing. My music had been blasting, but I'm sure if I did hit something, especially on the driver's side, I would have heard it. Now the area was completely quiet, except for some chirping crickets. I listened hard for moans, or any sign of someone injured. I must have spent 15 minutes looking up and down the road with my flashlight. I went back to my car to look for any signs of damage, because I was beginning to question my sanity. The car was fine, not a scratch, but I knew I hadn't imagined it. This didn't happen out of the corner of my eye. It was within inches from me. I even thought about calling the police, in hopes that if someone was hurt, they'd have a better chance finding them than me. I went back again, and this time I went past the tree line in the driver's side of the road looking for anything. As I was running my light back and forth, trying to figure out what the hell happened, I saw it. A wispy, tannish, almost foggy figure about 20 yards in front of me in the woods. I can't say it was completely transparent, as I couldn't make out shapes behind it, but it also was not solid. I froze like a little bitch. I had no idea what I was looking at. At first it was still, but before I could begin to figure out what it might be, it zipped behind a tree and disappeared. And it wasn't a big, thick tree either, where someone could dart behind it and take off maintaining their steps because the view is blocked. Also, this was towards the beginning of fall, and the ground was covered in crunchy leaves, but I heard absolutely nothing. Thank God no cars came, because I ran back across the road to my car without looking or caring. I jumped in and took off home. Now part of me didn't want to believe what I saw, so for days I checked the newspaper, ready to come forward if I found any report of someone getting hit on that road, or even a missing person in the area, but there was nothing. I continued to drive for about 6 or 7 months after this happened, but I started to have harsh panic attacks whenever I had to drive at night, and soon they rolled over to whenever I had to drive. Car keys in my hand even began to set off attacks, so I went to the DMV, handed in my license, and got a state ID. As the years have gone by, the panic at the idea of driving has never subsided, not even a little. Living out in rural Wyoming and not driving is a bitch, and I can't explain to those close to me why I won't simply get over my fear and just drive. Well, I'm not really sure how to end this, so I'll just say, that's my story. No idea what I saw or what exactly happened that night, but the fear of it has never left me, and I seriously doubt it ever will. I live in a rural area in East Tennessee called Hampton. It's a small town. Everyone knows everyone. When this took place, I was about 16 or 17. I'm now 27. I was hanging out with my cousin Jay. We were home alone as our dads went out for a night of drinking in a more suburban town about 20 minutes or so away, called Johnson City. So naturally we did what 16-year-olds do. We got pretty blazed and went for a car ride. Now my car is nothing impressive, a 2000 four-door Jeep. I'd recently gotten the car painted to a dark black, as the paint before was honestly just plain ugly. The roads were completely empty, and we had been driving for about 10 or so minutes, and in either utter stupidity or because I was so stoned, it's a high possibility of either, I'd left my headlights off. There were streetlights along the road we were traveling down. That's when my cousin and I reached a little dip in the road. For reference, we were going up a somewhat steep mountain with heavy woods, and just under the dip there's just a drop, and there's a guardrail to prevent drivers from going over the mountaintop. Suddenly, my cousin gasped, and beckoned my attention to the side of the road. Naturally, I slowed down and squinted my eyes to see the figure of a man. Now at this point my headlights were still off, and as we were approaching the guardrail, I could sense like an electricity in the air. It's something I still can't explain to this day. So I turned on my headlights, and standing just behind the guardrail was a man. He was about 6'2", and something was seriously wrong. He was completely skinless. You could see every detail of the man's exposed muscle and bone. As soon as I turned my headlights on to see this horrid thing, he jumped back, and for a split second the two of us met eyes. Before I could even blink, he was over the edge. He had seemingly jumped. I was fairly freaked out to say the least, so I hit the gas and got the hell out of there. We soon made it home and booked it inside. Still in utter disbelief, we called the police. As we talked to the operator and told her our situation, she took a fairly rude tone, asking if this was some kind of sick, skinless Tom joke. She told us that these calls hold up other potentially attention-requiring matters, and abruptly hung up. After the call, we were somewhat pissed, but one thing the operator said caught my attention. Skinless Tom. Apparently a man named Tom and a woman were going out for dinner and a stroll in the park. Whilst in the park, the woman's husband emerged from the dense woods in front of the two. Tom, realizing what was happening, started to tell the man he had no idea she was with anyone. But this man didn't care. He started to beat Tom, beat him unconscious. He took out a hunting knife and started to flay him. When the woman reported this, the husband was arrested and confessed to the whole thing. What's intriguing about this case is that Tom was never found, but the skin from his body was at the crime scene, creating the legendary, in my area of Tennessee, folklore tale of Skinless Tom. People have reported seeing him around this area for about 4 years now. I'm almost certain what I saw that day was Skinless Tom. My cousin says he had an even more horrifying memory. He recounts that when the man turned and looked back at us before jumping, he had an insane smile on his face and a knife in his left hand. Now, if it was just me that had saw him, I would have thought I was just too stoned and simply imagined it all. But my cousin was there to solidify everything from this story. I was about 10 years old living outside of Cincinnati, Ohio, right across the river in northern Kentucky. Thanksgiving had just passed and it was particularly cold weather that year. I can't remember why my mother and older brother weren't at home, but my father, a barber in the city, was upstairs getting ready for work. I had just set up a new dartboard I got as an early Christmas present from distant family at Thanksgiving when I heard a car door slam and tires burn out quite loudly. Running to the door to peek outside, my vision of the intersection is blocked by a tree. My father, hearing my footsteps in a hurry, yells down,
It's just that kid down the street. He's about to buy new tires, so he's roasting the ones he's got.
I go back to throwing darts, and just a few moments later, as my 10-year-old brain is reasoning the logic my father had yelled down, I think to myself, why did he slam the door though? As I'm holding on to this thought, I hear the sound of glass clinking together. It gets louder and has a beat to it, like if you took a bag of marbles and hit them like a drum. For what I can only explain as intuition, this seemingly harmless sound absolutely terrifies me in the moment. One last pause, and then it happens. I'm paralyzed with fear as a man begins pounding on the front door. I'm only feet away and at an angle. I can't see out clearly. I scream at the top of my lungs for my father. I hear him racing down the stairs as my ridiculous self is on autopilot, opening up the front door for some damn reason. My dad lands directly behind me, having jumped down the last staircase due to my gut-wrenching scream. The door wide open now reveals a young black man, completely naked, beaten, bloodied, taped at the mouth and tied from head to toe in old-fashioned glass Christmas lights. He falls into our doorway. My father immediately slams the door and locks it. My fear is completely gone. This man is crying, talking through the tape, tied into a fetal position on our floor. I reach down to take the tape off, and as I do, my father grabs me and launches me up onto the upper staircase landing.
Call 911 now.
I sprint for the upstairs phone and dial 911. I'm sounding off every detail and fact I think they need to know as I'm heading back downstairs. My father has thrown an old navy peacoat over the man and is gingerly removing the duct tape from his mouth. I'll never forget the look in that man's eyes, welled with tears, breathing heavy as he finally calms himself for the first time in a long time. As the tape comes off, he busts out into a full-fledged howling cry. The kind of cry you cry from your stomach, from your soul. My dad looks away. He cried like that, still tied up with the peacoat over him, until the cops got there 10 minutes later. Even they couldn't get him untied. He must have had 100 feet of vintage Christmas lights tying his hands together, and then to his waist, down to his feet, and back up again. I overheard an officer say to another that he must have been tied like that for a while, as the smaller cord was embedded into his skin. An officer talking to my father pointed at me and told me to get into the house. They walked up onto our porch just enough for me to hear their conversation behind the door. The man, 32 years old, had pulled over to the side of the road to help a stranded motorist, someone that he thought was alone, but had an accomplice hiding nearby. When this good Samaritan offered his help in changing the flat tire, he was knocked over the head and put into the trunk of the car. The two men took him to an abandoned building, and first they tied him up with rope. They repeatedly beat and raped him for 3 days, until he escaped, only to be captured again on the road, and this time tied up with Christmas lights. This went on for weeks apparently. How long I'm still not sure, as we never got this man's name, and it was never reported in the news. My dad called the police station a few days later, but no one would tell him a thing. I remember the tire marks in our intersection stayed there for years. I'm writing this tonight as I've just recently begun listening to stories on YouTube, which compelled me to tell my own story. I haven't spoken about this in years. I'm 31 now, and every single year around Thanksgiving, I think about that man, and how strange it was that I was so terrified of the sound of glass clinking together. I was 18 years old when this happened, in my senior year of high school. I started dating a girl who lived an hour away in Bogalusa, Louisiana, and would frequently drive out to go see her on the weekends. Bogalusa sits on a river and is surrounded by swamps. In my opinion, it's an area notorious for heavy fog and flooding. It is also a rural area, and it wasn't uncommon for someone to hit a deer when traveling to and fro. My parents would ask that I be home no later than 11 p.m. to avoid this. On this particular day it rained heavily throughout, and at night it would be a foggy trip back to my home. The first half of the trip was normal. I drove at posted speeds, and occasionally slowed down when I saw eyes in the tree line. This contributed to the eerie air surrounding these drives. I always felt like there was something lurking about, and was tempted to gun it out of there. The only way I can describe the feeling accurately is to say that it was an atmosphere of stillness. Lights barely penetrated the fog. The rain had stopped, and the road was abandoned. It was like all life had stopped. Time passed, and halfway through the drive I had finally reached a small bit of civilization. A dollar store left its lights on, a railroad track weaved through the road, and ahead of me, a car pulled out of a McDonald's drive-thru. The car went pretty slow, which ticked me off because I had to meet curfew, but I stayed behind it in hopes that it would pull off soon. Following it down the road, the car and myself left the little town. The path ahead was dark, so I kept a good following distance and tracked the car's taillights. I was exhausted. The car had pushed me past curfew, and tomorrow, Monday, I was going to have school. Dozing off, I rolled down the windows to get some cool air and kept following the car. Minutes passed. I was getting frustrated. We approached a railroad track that was slightly uphill, and being in a hurry, I pulled close behind the car I followed. Out of nowhere, The car in front of me jerked and skid across the pavement. No more than 8 feet in front of me, an emaciated figure was curled onto the tracks. Pale white, with patchy bald hair, a man rocked back and forth, clawing at his face. I quickly threw the steering wheel to avoid him and swung my car around him. Maneuvering as best I could, I managed to dodge him and slammed on the brakes once I passed. The car that I was following sped along, out of sight. I was alone in the surrounding fog. My heart was racing. I clicked on my hazards and unbuckled my seatbelt. Jutting myself out of the window, I stared back at what little the flashing lights could illuminate. Silence. Nothing except for the ticking of my blinkers. "Hello?" I gently cried out. "Are you all right?" In the distance, the man slowly postured himself upright and turned his head toward me. He stood there silently, unmoving, and then he let out the most inhuman scream I have ever heard. Breaking into a full sprint, he ran toward my vehicle. I threw the car into drive and sped off from the scene. Not more than a minute later, I found that the people I had been following earlier had pulled over and parked on the shoulder. I approached behind them and yelled out the window, "Did you see that?"
"Yeah, I'm going back,"
the driver responded to me, while he simultaneously called the police. We eventually came back to where the man had been, but there was nothing, just an old railroad. To this day, it's one of the weirdest and scariest things I have ever had happen to me. It was nearing the end of my first season as a park ranger. It was normal for us to stay open until midnight, as we had bathrooms and such to close down. It was around 11:30, and I was tasked with closing down the trail down the road. I hopped in one of our many trucks and headed over to close it. This trail leads into a very large forest with a few bridges, ditches, and creeks. It took me a few minutes to get there, and when I did, everything seemed fine. I had done this before, so I knew the whole ordeal. I grabbed the chain out of the back of the truck and began to lock the gate. But before I did, I shouted for anyone in there to come out. I didn't want anyone to be locked in there all night. There is another way for someone to get out of the trail. This was mostly a courtesy shout for anyone with vehicles. Getting a vehicle out of there past midnight is a bitch. I waited a minute or so, and after no response, I began to lock the gate. As I locked it, I noticed that the one light we had at the entrance had enhanced something hiding in the dark. I couldn't see it perfectly, but I noticed it looked human-like. At first sight, I thought it was a teenager, as they are known to fuck around in that trail frequently. I called once more, and it just laid there. Fear began to set in, as I thought someone dumped a body. My mind tends to drift to the worst-case scenario. I forgot that I left my walkie-talkie back at the station, so I locked the gate up and looked back just to make sure I wasn't seeing things. Whatever that thing was no longer laying, but crouched. I just stood there, shocked. There was no way it was an animal either. That was easy to tell just by looking at it. From what I gathered, the thing was skeletal. I mean rib cage poking out and literally just skin on bone. It had human properties, multiple digits, human physique, human-looking head. It lacked hair of any kind. The scariest part of it all, though, were its eyes. They resembled deer eyes. You know how deer eyes reflect light in a way that human eyes don't? Well, that's what was going on here. If you've ever played Until Dawn, it looked very similar to a Wendigo from that game. I began to shake. I scare pretty easily, and I opened the door to the truck and jumped in. I got the hell out of there onto the road. Before leaving, I noticed that it was slowly crawling into a ditch that lined the path. The next day, I drove back to the station, and my supervisor told me that we had record numbers of deer on the trails and in the park, 5 of which caused a child to cry because they almost trampled him. That's a different story for a different day, though. I don't know if there's a correlation or not, but if so, I think it's safe to assume that what I ran into was some sort of forest entity. I'm starting up my second season in a few days, and I hope I never see it again. This happened in Kenosha, Utah. My two brothers and I were hunting, and had our younger horse with us and our dog, basically wasting time hunting squirrels and getting the colt used to hunting, so we could use him in the future when we needed a pack horse. We had been walking off the trail for at least 2 miles, maybe 3. It was quite light outside still, but getting close to sunset. We were hiking uphill, and our dog suddenly began acting very squirrely. His hair stood up along his back, shoulders, and neck. He began huffing and snorting, and getting very anxious. He was growling and woofing, but repeatedly looking in several different directions. At the same time, the colt began acting very spooky. His eyes widened, head thrown up high, nostrils flared, and he began to dance around nervously. He was letting out snorts and breathing loud and heavily. Shortly after the animals began acting up, we came up over a part of the hill where it flattened out for a couple 100 yards, before it curved up steeply again. As we came up over the hill, there were trees 30 or 40 yards ahead, and I did a double take. There was a huge, black, hairy creature with bright yellow eyes standing slightly behind a tree, but peering out at us, as if it was making a very poor and careless effort to conceal itself. It was just massive. Its thighs were the size of tree trunks, and its chest was easily 4 feet wide, if not larger. One arm was hanging loose at its side, and one was holding onto the tree next to it. The creature was swaying back and forth. It stared at us for only a few seconds, and we stared back. And then we heard a very low, chest-shaking rumble, almost like the sound an elephant makes. As it made that sound, it turned and sprinted up the hill ahead of us, and into the line of trees that covered the rest of the mountain ahead as far as we could see. As soon as it began running, our barking dog bolted and disappeared into the trees after it. We yelled for the stupid mutt to come back, but he didn't listen. We could hear the dog barking further and further away, and then it was silent for several seconds. Then we heard a very faint yelp off in the distance, and the yelping continued and slowly got louder and louder, until we saw the dog emerge from the tree line and come barreling back to us. The dog had many small cuts, was very dirty and scared shitless, but was otherwise in one piece. We busted our asses back down the mountain, and after walking for what seemed like forever, we found an old empty cabin that was actually in quite good shape. We went inside and unlocked the garage and brought the spooked colt in. Then we locked that door and covered the little window at the top with some newspaper and masking tape. We went inside the little cabin and made sure every window and door was locked. And all night long, we could hear something circling that cabin. Branches and sticks snapping, loud rustling, hisses, etc. We didn't leave the cabin until daylight, and we practically ran our asses back to the truck. And I haven't went hunting since. I heard this story on Gaki no Tsukai, which is a great show from Japan. Matsumoto Hitoshi told this, so I'll be giving the credit to him. This man was coming home from work and was very tired. He entered the elevator in his apartment building. A guy hiding his face with his hat was standing in there. He thought to himself that it was creepy, but he had no choice but to get into the elevator. He said good evening, but the creepy guy ignored him. Before the elevator doors could close, the creepy guy suddenly walked out. On his way out, he bumped into the man. The man said sorry, but the creepy guy ignored that too, and he was hiding his face all that time as well. The guy thought, damn, that was creepy as hell, and got to his apartment. When he got in, he noticed that there was blood on him, where the creepy guy had bumped into him. The next day, he heard the doorbell ring when he was at home. He looked through the peephole and saw that a policeman was at his door. The man at home asked through the door what the problem was, and the policeman said,
"A few days ago there was a murder in this apartment building. Have you witnessed any suspicious people around?"
The man was really busy with work at that time, and he knew that if he said he had, it would have resulted in him getting involved in the investigation, taking up a bunch of his time, and he didn't want that, so he lied and said he hadn't. The policeman was like, "Okay, no problem," and went away. The next day, he turned on the TV. The news talked about a murder in his building. It was really real, he thought. The criminal was apprehended. A mugshot appeared on the TV screen that turned the man's stomach. The man that they had caught was the policeman that was at his door the day before. This happened a couple of years ago. I don't like talking about it that much. It never seemed like a big deal to me as a kid, but the older I get, the more I think about it, and the more it haunts me. It was New Year's Eve 2011, and me and a couple of my friends were having a sleepover. My friend's neighborhood was relatively new, so there were still houses being built around him. We had all stayed up until midnight, but were all hyped up on sugar and had no intention of sleep. One of my friends had the idea of going to play hide and seek in one of the houses being built. We asked his mom, and she was okay with it, but she gave us her phone to hold and told us to text my friend's dad in case anything happened. We took the phone, got our coats on, and headed outside. The house was only 100 yards away from the front porch, so it wasn't that far of a walk. We jogged across the street since it was relatively windy out. We didn't want to stay in the cold air. We decided to play in pairs, but if you were hiding, you had to stay with your teammate. I volunteered to be a seeker, so the two hiders headed into the house, while the other seeker and I began to count. Once I hit 60, the game began. The house was dark and cold, and the only source of light was the bright moon shining through every window and door. We were standing in the empty shell of someone's home. No inner walls had been put up yet, and there was no carpeting on the floors. The only thing on the inside were dozens of thick wooden beams. I told my friend I'd take the first floor if he wanted the second, and he agreed. He walked past me and up the stairs, and I was now alone. Something about being in there boosted my confidence, like I was an adventurer or something. I walked around the first floor with a smile on my face, braver than ever. I called out to my friends, trying to hold in my laughter. Since the house was so dark, you could only see about 5 feet in front of you, so I made sure to check every nook and cranny. That's when I found the basement. It was a dark and eerie hole in the floor. It looked like it would swallow anything that walked into it. I doubted they were down there, but I had checked the entire first floor and heard nothing from my friend upstairs, so I sucked it up and began down the steps. I walked down slowly, taking careful steps, because it was nearly impossible to see anything. My footsteps echoed throughout the dark room. I crept around carefully, listening for any type of noise in the darkness, and then I heard something, the slow moving of feet. "Hello?" I said, following with my friends' names. No response. For a quick second I contemplated turning back around, but I knew if this was them, they wouldn't say anything back. I called out their names again. No response. A smile came across my face. I had found them. "Come on out," I said, as I walked towards the source of the noise. "I heard you guys move." I began to see the silhouette of something in the corner of the basement. It was a person, but only one. "Didn't we say the hiders had to stay together?" I said. They didn't move, just stayed crouched down in the corner facing the wall. I began to walk closer, fully convinced it was one of my friends. "Hey, I found you. You're out," I said. I continued to walk closer, but I still wasn't close enough to make out any body features. Whoever it was breathing rather loudly, loud enough for me to hear it from a couple feet away. Me being the naive kid I was, still thinking it was one of my friends just trying to scare me, I smiled. I didn't know what else to do, but I wouldn't take a step closer. That's when the breathing was overpowered by laughter and loud footsteps from upstairs. "I found you," I heard through the ceiling. I quickly turned around and ran back upstairs to see who was found. hoping whoever was in the basement with me would follow. I waited on the first floor as I heard them coming down the steps. "Got 'em both," my friend said as he came into my view. I stood there, a confused look on my face. How did he find both of them? I thought to myself. But to my surprise, here came both of the hiders, walking down the stairs. My heart dropped. I felt the blood rush out of my face and my legs go weak. I slowly turned around and stumbled towards the front door without saying a word. "Where are you going?" they asked. I couldn't speak. There was only one thought in my head at this time. Who was in the basement with me? I made it to the front door, slowly turned the knob, slipped outside and began running back to the house. I wanted to get as far away as I could. I began to feel tears welling up in my eyes. I made it to my friend's front porch and collapsed, barely being able to catch my breath because I was so hysterical. I laid there for what felt like ages when I heard my friends come up behind me. I don't even remember what they were saying. All I could think about was the person in the basement. After I calmed down, I told them what had happened, and they all seemed as freaked out as me. The fact that I had talked directly to the person for so long is what scared me so much. We decided not to tell his parents. I didn't sleep for about a week after that, and I still have nightmares about it sometimes. A few months after that night, the house was finished and a family moved in, and I never heard any complaints about a squatter or anything. The older I get, the more I've come to realize it was probably a crackhead or something. And sometimes I feel guilty because I know we probably could have helped them, but it is still terrifying to me. It's crazy to think about what might have happened. This is something that I encountered maybe 13 years ago or so. I was living in a finished basement of a friend's house for a few months, after I had lost my house in a personal economic downfall. I've always had a collection of gadgets and electronics which followed me to this place. Long story short, I had a black and white surveillance camera that I was playing with out of boredom. I believe this was more of a chance happening than anything else, and I have not been able to reproduce the results. It scared the crap out of me. On one wall of the basement there was a massive mirror that went from floor to ceiling. On the other was a 25-inch television that I had the camera attached to. I was also recording on a VCR. At one point, I was playing with the video feedback between the mirror and the television, bending the image, and just moving it around to record a trippy tunnel effect. When I aimed the camera at the top corner of the tunnel, it produced a different white noise effect, and also had quite an interesting audio feedback associated with it. I continued to experiment with this particular area of the image until something very unsettling occurred. The white noise began to fade, and several distorted figures began to appear in the mirror. The figures became a little more clear as I adjusted the camera's position, and it appeared that they were definitely aware of what I was doing. One figure was rather tall, and sitting in a large throne-like chair. The other three were surrounding the chair, pointing at me. They all had these hideous grins. Their bodies appeared human and they were wearing clothes, but their faces definitely appeared disfigured or demonic. As soon as I saw these beings pointing and grinning at me, I threw down the camera and ran out of the house. It was terrifying. Later, I reviewed the tape, and it had shown a bit more than I had seen while recording. Specifically when I was toying with the white noise, there were other images of faces sort of coming through a fog. I took the tape to my mother, who was equally frightened and could not watch the whole thing. Soon after all of this, the tape ended up missing. I'm sure it was my mother who got rid of it, even though she denies it. I'm not sure if it was just the particular setting or what other variables would have to occur, such as being at a very low point in my life where that type of entity would be around me, but I will probably not try to reproduce this again. I have to tell this story just to finally get it out in the open. I've had a handful of strange happenings, but this one takes the cake as the most sinister one that I've ever experienced. I don't even like thinking about it because it still sends chills up my spine. But here goes. When I was a kid, my mom moved from house to house a lot. We were not well off, to say the least, which resulted in us staying with a lot of other people. This house, though, had some strange things that happened right off the bat. We'd hear footsteps all over the house, at all hours of the day, but more often late at night. Doors would slam occasionally, drawers would be open, etc. Your typical haunted house type of deal. Being somewhat used to this at this point because I grew up on a haunted Coast Guard base, it didn't really bother me that much. I mean, it spooked me when doors would slam, but I wasn't really terrified. My mother was very Christian, and she would tell me not to pay attention to these things, because they just wanted to scare you, so I braved it pretty well. It always seemed like my mom and I attracted these types of things. So at this house, these weird things started increasing over time. I started seeing a very inhuman entity in my room. This thing with a deformed trunk was gray or blue in color. It had huge eyes and a lanky demeanor, and it would stand by my bed looking down at me. Its face was skinny and deformed, and I could see glowing blue bubbles floating around the room when it appeared. I could not be afraid at this point, and I would end up sleeping in my mother's room. But this thing would keep appearing, so I'd shake my mom until she woke up, and after she did, the entity would be gone. After a while, I learned to ignore this thing. When I felt the chills hit me when I was trying to sleep, I would throw the blanket and pillows over my head. Eventually, I would start praying, and this seemed to work. Well, one day, my friend and I are in the backyard playing Marco Polo without the pool. It was kind of like hide and go seek, except you can whisper polo, and you have to stand still. Most of the time, my friend would always whisper polo. We had this shed in the corner of the yard. It was always locked, so I never knew what was in it. So I walked around deprived of my vision, calling out Marco. No response. I call out again. No response. I call out again, rather annoyed, because he always tried to cheat like that, and I heard a whisper. Finally, someone decided to play fair, I thought. I turn around. Marco! I hear the whisper.
Polo!
I start walking towards the sound. Marco! No response. Marco! Still no response. I'm slowly walking forward, blindly, my arms reached out. I feel a wall, and I get ready to call out again. But the second I was about to, I hear a low, evil growl. Not human or animal. And then it happened. Flashes of fire and death so gruesome I cannot chalk it up to an overactive imagination. I would have to be seriously disturbed to see what I did. In the fire and death, I saw flashes of tormented faces melting and bubbling in the fire. I tried to open my eyes, but the images were still burning through. I saw hundreds of faces, tormented and screaming, bodies twisted, charred, and disfigured, and heard screams so loud that they drowned out my own. It was so terrible. When I came to, my friend was shaking me. I was in a ball on the ground, holding my legs, screaming and crying. I ran into the house and told my mom. She instantly got us out of that house that day, and we moved into a different friend's house. We went to church all the time after that, and she had a priest pray over me for weeks. I never experienced anything like that again, thank God, and I'm glad I never went into detail about the faces, or my mom would have definitely sent me to therapy. I was haunted by dreams of this place for a few years after it happened, but I could tolerate them. The faces I saw melted and boiled until the skin peeled away, to expose the meat and bone behind it. Then that would melt into a different face, and the same thing would happen, and they all wouldn't stop screaming. This was actually terrifying for me to write, guys. I honestly hope nobody can relate to this experience. Believe in hell or don't, but I know what I saw that day. I can never forget. This happened in the summer of 2016. I was at a big bonfire gathering at a place called The Desert, a large wooded area with the Missouri River running through it, and sandy riverbeds all over the place. There's a big, crazy, complex path that goes through this wooded area. A lot of people ride their dirt bikes here. Anyway, it was probably 11 p.m. and dark out, and I had gone to my car to grab a smoke. I decided to take a leak since I was away from the group. Oh, and I also want to mention I wasn't under the influence of anything. I'd been asked to be the designated driver that night, which makes this encounter all the more bizarre. So I was taking a piss and heard my name called from this really dark area of the woods. I called out, "Yo, I'm taking a leak, what do you want?" No reply. So I shrug my shoulders and finish up. Then I hear my name called again, only from a different area of the woods. So I holler again. No response. I start walking into the woods on the dirt bike path, thinking someone's screwing with me, and I thought I saw something a baby blue color moving among the trees. So I stop and hear my name whispered from all around. Oddly enough, I had no fear and kept walking forward. I'm quite a ways into the woods now, and I can no longer see the bonfire, and it was huge. I see that blue thing again as it steps out from behind a tree. It paused long enough for me to make out what it was. It was a glowing figure, very skinny and probably 8 feet tall. It was the most beautiful blue I've ever seen. Now, most people would have turned tail and ran like the wind, but this thing emitted some kind of mesmerizing love vibe. Looking back on it, I felt pulled to it. I was in a trance-like state, so I kept walking towards this thing, and actually picked up my speed because in my mind I'm thinking, I gotta get to this figure because I want to hug it. Why I was thinking this is beyond me. The feeling I had running through my mind was so backwards I can't even describe it really. Now I'm probably like 100 feet from this thing, and I can see some details now. I see that it has 3 fingers, which at the time didn't scare me one bit. So I'm approaching this thing and I start jogging towards it. Yeah, jogging. And then I suddenly stop on a dime. It was like the thought slammed into my mind. Shane, if you take one more step towards this thing, no one will ever see you again. You'll just be another person that went missing in the woods. Now, going from an almost elated love state to sheer fear is an odd sensation. Anyway, I started backing up slowly, and this being actually started taking steps toward me. I just turned around and ran as fast as I could, screaming my friends' names. I made it back to the bonfire. I'm actually lucky that that path I chose to take was a straight shot, because the way I was following this thing, it could have easily drawn me into taking all kinds of pathways and gotten me quite lost in this huge wooded area. When I got back to the bonfire, I told everyone what happened. A few went into the woods with flashlights looking for this blue being, but to no avail. Apparently, I'd been gone over an hour. To me, it only seemed like a few minutes. Anyway, there is some kind of entity or entities that dwell in the woods of Kimball Bottoms, aka the desert in Bismarck, North Dakota. My sighting took place around 11:30 p.m. on November 4th, 2009. I work for the local 73 toll road in Newport Beach, California, and lately we've had some construction on the surrounding roads for the past few months. I'm a third shift manager, 2 p.m. to 11 p.m., and every night driving home I take the exact same route. On this night, I was coming off the exit for the 133 road connector, and I'll never forget what I saw. While stopped at the stoplight, I saw a group of 3 big, 4-legged creatures dash out from the trees along the road. I started second-guessing myself and tried to convince myself I was seeing things. I made the left turn at the light, and while the speed limit was still 40 miles per hour at this part, I looked up and almost pissed my pants. Those 3 beasts were running upright. The wolves, which seemed to be the most logical guess, were about 6.5 feet tall and looked like they easily weighed 275 pounds each. They had snouts and mouths that could almost be expressive, and the fur was dark, although there wasn't enough light to tell if it was dark brown or black. My car being a 6-cylinder, it could get going if need be. I was going 45, and the giant wolves were keeping up with ease. I then literally put the pedal to the metal and sped up to 70. I was sweating profusely and having a panic attack. As I hit 70, the wolves stopped following me. Considering I was about to enter a high-traffic part of the road, the wolf in front seemed to stop on a dime and watch me drive off. I did not hear any howls before or after the sighting. I proceeded home ASAP. I told my girlfriend what I saw, and she deemed my imagination was running wild. I also told my coworkers the next day, but nobody believes me. I know I'm not crazy, and I know what I saw. I still have been taking the same route home every night, and have not run into anything since that night of the sighting. I don't know what they actually were, but what I do know is I do not want to run into them again. I received a call from the man who, along with his girlfriend, had a frightening encounter with a strange creature on November 20th, 2011, outside of Troy in Bradford County, Pennsylvania. The fellow told me that what they saw scared the hell out of them. After conducting extensive interviews with the driver and his girlfriend, I learned the following details. At about 11:05 p.m. that evening, they were driving onto Mud Creek Road, traveling west towards Highway 14 near Troy. As they continued down the dark road, their attention was drawn to the left side of the roadway. The man, who was the driver, saw some movement and mentioned it to his girlfriend. The woman initially thought that a naked man was crawling on the side of the road. The driver decreased his speed, swerved his truck in the middle of the road, and directed the high beams of his headlights toward the subject. They had stopped about 30 or 40 feet away. They soon realized that this was not a person, but instead a creature that was crawling very low to the ground. As they watched, the creature got into a squatting position with its back completely straight, somewhat like the stance of a kangaroo. The arms of the creature were held tightly to its body. What looked like long claws that resembled the talons of an eagle were easily visible. The claws were estimated to be about 8 to 10 inches in length. One claw was shorter than the other 3. The head of the beast appeared to be oversized and shaped like that of a wolf. At the top of its head were 2 pointed bat-like ears that looked to be about 4 to 6 inches long. The entire creature, according to the man, was covered with dull, wrinkly, dark black skin. The man described seeing large canine-like teeth in its mouth. The eyes of the creature were about the size of a silver dollar, and were black. The man stated that even though he had his high beams directed at the creature, the eyes did not reflect at all. He said he looked over the body during the 12-second encounter, and for some reason thought the creature should have wings, but none were apparent. In the squatted position, the creature seemed to be about 5 feet tall. The creature was in the left lane of the road and about 1 or 2 feet onto the pavement, and as the couple watched in amazement, the creature began to stretch its body. The man said that at this point the animal started to stand up on its back legs. Then the animal fell over on all 4 legs. The witnesses observed that the front claws of the creature were now 2 feet across the center line of the highway, while the back feet remained 1 or 2 feet from the edge of the road. The creature then turns its head to the right and looked towards the vehicle. The driver told me that it looked directly at them with a horrified expression, like it was panicked. He saw it take a deep breath. He had the feeling that the creature didn't realize that it was being observed, and when it realized it was like it was caught doing something. Once it did realize it was being observed, it leaned back slightly and then reached forward with its claws. The creature then took one tremendous leap, cleared a 7-foot embankment, and moved out of sight into a wooded area. The man estimated that leap was about 40 feet long. As it was in the process of leaping, it was perfectly straight and held its front claws forward. Then, just a second after the creature was gone from sight, something else odd occurred. A large bird, possibly an owl, suddenly rushed at the passenger side window, almost hitting the glass. It happened so fast they were unsure if it was an owl or not. The witnesses indicated that this creature appeared to be changing form. The driver said, its shape was nothing like when it was squatted, and the woman stated that it shaped into another form. She thought it was a dark brown color and looked like a werewolf with a little back hair. The woman, while reluctant to say it, said,
I think it was a man changing into a werewolf.
The man, after the experience, went onto the internet to try to figure out what he saw, and told me that the closest way he could describe the creature would be a gargoyle with no wings. The man commented, I will never forget what we saw that night. I've been in a long-distance relationship with my girlfriend for a couple of years, and every summer and winter break I'm able to travel to go see her. This encounter happened about 2 years ago at my girlfriend's house. I should mention that she lives on the outskirts of her city in Mexico, where houses are around 200 to 300 yards apart and surrounded by dense woods. Usually days and nights there go about peacefully, accompanied by the sound of the woods and the occasional car passing by. I had always considered her place to be perfect to spend time outdoors, until this occasion. Honestly, I don't think I've ever been this scared in my life. This sighting will be carved in my mind forever. On a chilly night in December, I was at her house. I had planned to spend the night with her since she would have been by herself that day. Her mom was out of town and she didn't want to be alone. We were having dinner in the kitchen at around 8 p.m. We chatted about activities we could do the next day, tasks her mom asked her to do, how much we missed each other, and other stuff. After about an hour of conversation and laughs, we decided to go into the living room and cuddle up on the couch and watch some TV. We both got up and put the dishes in the sink. She went into her bedroom and I went outside to the bathroom. The house layout consisted of a long corridor that connected pretty much every room in the house, and a back door at the end of the corridor which led to the patio. The patio was open, full of trees and plants, and the only thing separating the patio from the woods was a fence made up of stones and barbed wire that stood at about 1 meter tall. Halfway down the patio, there was a bathroom, being lit by a single and weak light bulb. So if anyone wanted to go, they had to walk outside, even if it had to be in the middle of the night. I remember when I opened the back door and stepped onto the patio, a cold breeze stroked my face and sent shivers across my back. So I hurried to get back in as quickly as possible, because to be honest, I was a little spooked going outside in the darkness, knowing that the woods were pretty much a few steps away. I finished doing my business, washed my hands, and started walking back, being careful not to trip on something, because the light bulb was almost non-existent. I was about halfway when I heard a noise to my left, like someone stepped on a branch. I stopped and quickly turned, trying to see what made the noise, but I could only see a portion of the fence and nothing but darkness beyond that. However, I had this weird feeling that someone or something was watching me, something on the other side of the fence. I stood there in silence for around 30 seconds, listening to the surroundings, only to notice the crickets had stopped chirping. I got a bit freaked out because I knew for sure that they were chirping when I first went out. I was somewhat scared to move, but I did anyways, almost running to get inside as soon as possible. When I returned, I went to my girlfriend, who was already in the living room, laying down on the couch with a blanket on top. She noticed that I was a bit agitated and asked me what was wrong. "Your patio is scary," I jokingly said, not wanting to tell her what I felt because she hates anything that has to do with horror or scary stuff. I decided to brush it off, so I went around the couch and sat at the other end of it, putting my girlfriend's legs on my lap and asking what she was watching on TV. I turned to my right and noticed there was a huge window on one side of the wall that gave me a perfect view of the patio. I didn't really notice it before because it was next to a cabinet. It was kind of covered up as you walked into the living room. Now that I knew about it, though, I kept turning to see outside, still thinking about how scary it looked out there. As we were watching a boring documentary, I took off my girlfriend's socks and started to rub her feet below the blanket. After all, it was a chilly night and her feet were cold. We didn't have any conversation. I was getting sleepy, but after around 20 minutes, I started hearing noises outside. Noises that seemed to be coming from the patio. I grabbed the controller and muted the TV to make sure I was hearing right, And I was. It sounded like tiny twigs breaking and grass being brushed. I quickly turned to my right to see outside the window, but I could only see some plants and part of the trunk from a big tree. The noise, although faint, stopped for a few seconds, resumed a few moments later, and stopped again. I was frozen, watching outside this window, almost as if waiting for a thing to appear. "What is that noise?" I whispered to my girlfriend. But after I didn't get a reply, I turned around and stood up a little, to see she had her eyes closed and had fallen asleep. I was a bit freaked out, but I chose to believe it was probably a coyote or some other animal that lurks around in the woods at night. I kept watching the TV muted, waiting for the noise to start again, but after a while I realized it had stopped. I turned around one more time to see outside the window, and I felt my heart sink to my stomach. The first thing I noticed when I looked outside that time was a faint image of a pale and tall humanoid figure peeking from the side of the big tree trunk, staring right back at me. I suddenly froze in fear, not wanting to even slightly move or breathe. I watched this thing as it watched me, even though I couldn't see its eyes because of the poor lighting. But I knew it was watching me. I knew it was aware of me. I somehow felt it. The creature was, like I said, pale, really pale. I could see the contrast between its skin and the bark of the tree. The creature was very thin, had a really skinny torso and skinny shoulders, as well as an elongated neck. It looked like it was around 6 or 7 feet tall. Unfortunately, or should I say fortunately, I could not distinguish in detail any facial features because of how dark it was. But I could perfectly picture in my head the shadowy areas around where eyes would be for a person, and a huge other one where the mouth would be. And in my mind, it was sort of grinning. At this point I was trembling a little, and I wanted to let my girlfriend know what I was witnessing, but I didn't want to move a muscle or break eye contact with it. I felt like I needed to remain still or play dead to lose its attention. But no, the creature kept staring at me, not moving an inch, like it was trying to do the same. Then, to make things worse, the creature started to make echoey clicking sounds, kind of like a frog but slower. I noticed it began to turn its head to its left side and turn back to look at me really fast. I didn't know what to think anymore. All I wanted was my girlfriend to wake up and prove to me that this thing was real. I began whispering her name in between my teeth, not even wanting to move my jaw. But she just wouldn't wake up, and the thing kept doing the same, turning its head to the left and back to me really fast. The creature crouched, kind of like when big predator cats are hunting, and lay low, preparing to attack. "What the hell?" I whispered. I know, stupid. I didn't even think through the fact that if I woke my girlfriend up, she would start moving, and that thing would notice both of us. But I was so scared that I kept trying. This went on for maybe less than 15 minutes before I realized I still had my girlfriend's foot in my hand below the blanket, so the thing would not be able to see me moving. Using only my wrist, I slightly pulled her foot back and forth, whispering her name again and again, but no response. Then I froze in shock when I saw the creature stand up again and start walking backwards, still looking at me, and disappearing into the darkness of the patio, doing the clicking sounds again. I swallowed and blinked a few times, realizing my eyes itched from staring for so long. For some reason I couldn't turn my head around. I kept looking in the direction where the creature disappeared, listening for sounds, and waiting for it to appear once again. A few minutes passed and I took the chance to turn around. Slowly, I turned my head to my girlfriend and started calling her name louder, while pushing her leg and quickly scribbling my fingers on the sole of her foot to wake her up fast. Her foot jerked and she started turning. I patted her and whispered, "Hey, wake up, baby." She opened her eyes and squinted at me, adjusting to the light of the TV, wondering why I'd woke her up. I kept telling her to remain still and silent when I heard the sound again. She looked at me, noticed the concern in my eyes, and asked,
"What's wrong?"
"Shh, be quiet," I followed, putting 2 fingers on her lips and looking into her eyes. I could see she was getting freaked out, and I don't blame her. I would be too if someone woke me up, looking scared and telling me to be quiet. The clicking sound went off again, but it was louder this time, almost as if that thing was on the other side of the window. This time, both of us heard the noise, and we looked at each other in silence, getting more and more scared.
What is that?
My girlfriend asked, but I remained quiet. Almost like in slow motion, I started to turn my head to the window to check, and there it was. The thing was right outside another window, only a couple of feet away, and staring right at me. This time, I had a clearer vision of how it looked. I was wrong. I was petrified in fear when I noticed it didn't have a mouth where a person would have it. Instead, the mouth was on its neck, which opened horizontally, not vertically. As its mouth opened, it vibrated with the clicking sounds, and hundreds of really small razor-like teeth shined with the window glare. It had oval-shaped eyes that were as dark as the night. I felt its gaze pierce through my soul. I started shaking and breathing faster, not believing what I was seeing. My girlfriend peeked by my side to see what I was looking at, and I instantly felt her body tense up under me. She started to ask me in a trembling voice what that thing was, but I had no answer for her. Now we were both scared to even move a muscle. After the humanoid noticed my girlfriend move, it gave a step forward and lowered its head, almost as if it was scanning us. We jumped when it made this move, because we thought it was about to try to get into the house. My heart was pounding so fast I thought I was about to faint. Then, the thing began to walk slowly to its right side, in the direction where the door to the corridor was, resuming the clicking sounds. If you've seen the movie Signs and remember the scene where the humanoid came out from the bushes outside of the house, that would be an accurate representation of what we saw. We got a good look at every inch of that thing's body. It walked with its head turned to us. After we lost sight of it through the window, we both sat up and looked at each other, when suddenly we heard something scratch the metal door that led to the corridor, as if the thing was grazing its fingers on it. Without thinking twice, I grabbed my girlfriend's wrist and pulled her out of the living room. We locked ourselves in her room and sat on the floor, hiding in case that thing got in. The scratching sounds continued, and my girlfriend started to cry, still asking what the hell it was. I felt powerless, knowing I couldn't do much to reassure her. I could only hold her and hope for the thing to give up and leave. The noise continued for about 3 more minutes, when it suddenly stopped. Then we began hearing footsteps inside the house, but eventually those noises stopped too, and after an hour or so, we figured the creature had left. My girlfriend, still with tears in her eyes, asked me if we could just lay in bed. I agreed. We slowly crawled into bed, making the least noise possible, and covering ourselves with another blanket. "Don't worry, babe. Everything's going to be okay tomorrow. You just try to get some sleep," I told her as I tightened my grip around her. She didn't reply, but after a while, she fell asleep again. I didn't get a minute of sleep that night. I kept my eyes open, listening for any sound. The next day, we didn't even want to touch the subject. All we said was that whatever that was not from this world. My girlfriend said she felt the creature's gaze pierce into her, almost as if that thing was feeling with just its sight. Nothing else was said. We were left sort of traumatized. I realized she was going to have to put up with that fear of going outside in the future, and I didn't want that thing anywhere near her again or her family. Days after the encounter, we both suffered from nightmares. She mentioned that she sometimes woke up in the middle of the night, screaming and trembling, and couldn't stop until her mom came in to check on her. The fences that separated the patio and the woods has been redone since. They now stand at 2 meters tall, blocking any easy access from the woods. Before this, they had to make sure they didn't have to go outside at night. They haven't had any other encounters, but my girlfriend insists that the patio still gives her chills. This happened about 13 years ago, when I was a sophomore in college, attending a liberal arts school in Suffolk County, New York. Within the first month or two of freshman year, I had found myself in a very tight-knit group of fellow theater geeks. 6 guys, myself included, and 1 girl, and they all loved horror movies and ghost stories. I had found my crew. Freshman year was tough, but we all held each other up and made the whole experience enjoyable for one another. At the beginning of sophomore year, we decided that in October, as the Halloween season was ramping up, we would find a creepy wooded spot in a nearby town some night and scare the crap out of ourselves. We did some research and found that there was a particularly isolated area about 30 minutes away, infamous for paranormal sightings. Perfect. The 7 of us split into 2 different cars and headed out into the night. Allow me to set the scene. You turn off a busy main road, flooded with strip malls and restaurants and whatnot, and you are almost immediately greeted by complete darkness. Again, this area was very heavily wooded. It was essentially a large web of winding roads surrounded by trees, very few streetlights, and very few houses. Without a GPS or a good sense of direction, one could easily get lost in there. We all made sure to have fully charged phones and flashlights, just in case. But the goal was to keep driving until we collectively decided to pull over and go exploring. So per the directions, we made a left off of the main road, driving for 30 minutes or so into this dark network, picking directions at random, just getting intentionally lost. Our cars made a turn and, to our surprise, there was a huge log across the road. We had reached a dead end of some kind, with nothing but trees beyond it. We all got out, stepped over the log, and noticed 2 narrow trails leading in different directions. This seemed like as good a time as any to grab our flashlights and do some amateur ghost hunting. We flipped a coin and set off on the trail to the right. The trail was so narrow that we had to walk single file to avoid getting whacked by branches. For whatever reason, I ended up in the back. I'm usually pretty rational and level-headed, but I have to say, the further we went in, the more I was overcome with an uneasy feeling. I kept hearing sounds deep in the woods, and I was unable to shake the feeling that we were being watched. But I seemed to be the only one who heard these things, so I shrugged it off as my imagination. And in any case, the whole point of us being there was to get scared. Not to mention the fact that we were 7 able-bodied college students. What would we come across that could take us all down? We headed down this trail for about 20 minutes. And just when I thought it would never end, we came to a massive clearing, and I mean massive. It was a large, open field of unkempt grass, comparable in scope to a golf course, but not nearly as well manicured. Trees surrounded the entire field, which was so large we could not see the end of it from where we were standing. I was thrilled to get out of that narrow trail, but I don't think any of us were expecting to find an area so vast. One of us looked to the right and said, "Hey, check that out." We all turned, and there was an old, dilapidated house several yards away. The house was completely dark, with no cars or signs of anyone actually living there. We walked over and shined our flashlights at it, and sure enough, the windows and doors were all boarded up. I managed to peer between the boards on one of the windows, and what I could see was an old white couch covered in plastic, but an otherwise empty room. Whoever used to live here, they were long gone. Because there was no way in, and because we all felt sufficiently creeped out by the house anyway, we decided to walk closer to the trail we had come in from, have a seat in the field, and figure out where to go next. We walked towards the narrow trail, but before we could sit, my friend Mark stopped what he was doing. His expression dropped, and he pointed. We all turned, and on a very far side of the field, directly across from where we had come in, we could see someone tall, lanky, and pale dancing among the trees. And by dancing, I mean it was skipping around, grabbing a tree, swinging around it, and then doing the same to another tree. Basically a do-si-do. The moon was so bright and the woods so dark, it actually took a second for us to really understand what we were looking at. Jay, the 6'4" skeptic of the group, wasn't seeing it. I leaned into him, pointed in that direction, and said, "Jay, look where I'm pointing. Don't you see that?" He squinted a bit, and the second he saw it, he gasped with everything he had, clutched my arm, and whispered, What the hell is that? What happened next sent shockwaves through all of us. Whoever this was, they stopped dancing, looked in our direction, and started charging straight at us. Without even thinking, we freaked and ran back to the trail. Yet again, Jay was the only one who didn't see what was happening. He shouted after us, "Guys, what is it? Where are you going?" After about 15 seconds of running like hell, I heard Jay scream, "Holy shit!" I looked back and saw his flashlight following the rest of us into the trail. While the walk into the woods took about 20 minutes, we made it back to our 2 cars, hopped in, and were peeling away in closer to 5. Once we were a safe distance away, we pulled over, got out, and checked in with each other about what just happened. My heart was pounding, and I know everyone else was feeling the same way. Nearly 15 years later, we are all still friends, living in different states, yet keeping in touch through marriages, divorces, and children. But occasionally, out of the blue, one of us will send a group text to the others with something to the effect of, "The woods, that really happened, right?" It most certainly did. That experience is always in the back of my mind, and I'm pretty sure it always will be. Here's the thing that still resonates with me about that night. Whoever that was, they were dancing maniacally in the woods at 1 in the morning, and then ran directly at a group of young adults, not at all fazed by the fact that they were severely outnumbered. Did he know we were there from the second we parked? Was he the sound that I kept hearing when we walked the trail? Whatever the case may be, when he came at us that night, you can be sure none of us wanted to stick around and see what he was truly capable of. I live in rural Idaho, about 5 miles from a reservation. Growing up, we heard all sorts of stories and legends surrounding the res. I have to admit, I was a bit of a skeptic when it came to the things we heard. My best friend and I have always been drawn to the paranormal. When we were about 16, we decided to go for drives on the res at night. The area we live in has a very tight-knit community, and our little town has just over 10,000 people. We basically have no crime and everyone feels pretty safe, so driving around at night is no big deal. We went on our night drives fairly often with no experiences to note. One day, we heard a story from someone at school about an abandoned schoolhouse on the other side of the reservation. Just past the schoolhouse, there was supposed to be a small bridge that went over a large farming canal. The story was, if you drove to the bridge and turned your car off, you could hear water babies. If you don't know what water babies are, there are many different stories and legends stemming from Native American culture. Go look them up. So anyway, we decided that was going to be our next driving destination. Neither of us had ever heard a water baby cry, so we were interested. That night, after dark, we jumped in my car and started driving out there. The closer we got, the more uneasy I began to feel. We drove past the building that was supposedly the schoolhouse and stopped on the bridge. I cut the lights and killed the engine. Silence. There was no sound but the rushing water below the bridge. We sat there for what felt like forever. In reality, probably only 4 or 5 minutes had gone by. We started joking about the story being fake and decided that it was a bust. We figured it was time to go. The keys were still in the ignition, so I simply tried to start the car. Nothing. The dash lights lit up, but it just wouldn't turn over. I'd never had any problems with my car before this. I tried a couple more times while talking with my friend, not wanting to freak her out. About the 3rd or 4th time, I turned to her and said, "I don't want to freak you out or anything, but my car won't start." Her eyes grew wide and she responded with,
You're kidding me, right?
"I wish I had been." We sat there for a minute just staring at each other, not knowing what to do. If we called my mom, there would definitely be some ass chewing for being out on the res so late at night, so we decided to call one of our friends that had a truck. If the battery was just dead, he could give us a jump. If not, he could tow us back to town. So we called and waited. Sitting in the middle of this bridge in my dead car, frustrated from the lack of experience and car troubles, we just wanted to go home. That's when I saw it. It's a well-known fact that the reservation has packs of wild dogs that roam around killing livestock, and there have been a few instances of them attacking kids and putting them in the hospital. This was no dog. I've seen coyotes and wolves, and there was no way in hell this thing was either one of those. It was skeletal, like a malnutritioned animal, and was walking on all fours. Slow and low to the ground, it was walking along the canal toward the bridge. I smacked my friend, making her turn to look at what I was staring at. We both stared in disbelief at this creature slowly coming toward us. Instinctively, I honked the horn. At least that still worked. That's where things got really weird. This thing stood up on two legs, arms limp at its sides. I legit screamed. I had never seen anything like this in my entire life. The best way I can think of to describe it is it looked like Professor Lupin's werewolf form in Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban movie. It was huge. It had to be 8 or 9 feet tall, and it was staring right at us. It took a couple steps forward. My friend and I were frozen. We were trapped in my car that wouldn't start. As it slowly started walking toward us, headlights appeared in the distance. As the lights came closer, the creature dropped back down on all fours and took off for the hills where I assume it came from. Our friend pulled up to help us, and both my creeped out friend and I kept quiet about what we had just witnessed. He walked up to the car, and I rolled my window down. He suggested we push the car off the bridge to the side of the road and pop the hood. So I threw it in neutral and got it to the side. My friend asked me to pop the hood and try to start the car, so I did. The damn car started right up. I don't know what caused it not to start before, but that night I had an experience I'll never forget. I don't go out on the res anymore at night. I'd really rather not see whatever that was again. I am not religious, which makes this story hard for me to believe, but the rest of my family is, and for some reason, when Mom and Dad were still together, they prayed when riding the bus. That was just some habit they had. Also, we live in Finland, and strange things are quite rare here. This happened before I was born. I was in the womb. Mom and Dad got on the bus and noticed a tall, slim, dark thing in the seat behind the driver. It was wearing black robes. To this day, they aren't sure if it was a man or a woman. They sat a couple of seats behind the thing, and as usual, started praying. Mom noticed the head of this thing starting to shiver and jolt lightly. She didn't let it bother her, but the more they prayed, and the more into Mirmaki, where Mom and Dad lived, the bus got, the more the head of the thing started jolting. Mom still shivers when she talks about it. She has had many nightmares about the thing. She started to get a weird feeling. Dad didn't care as much. He was used to weirdos, but the jolting intensified, and the long, greasy hair barely holding onto the head started whipping. The thing started growling and hissing. Then suddenly, it stopped. Mom swears its head turned 180 degrees. It stared with soulless and dark eyes straight at her. A wave of panic overtook her, and she started frantically pressing the stop button. They got off, and Dad asked, "What? What is it?" Mom explained the whole thing, but Dad just brushed it off. He said that Mirmaki was the home of weirdos and crackheads, which is true. But here's the kicker. Mom often had visions, and they are often true. Once she saved a guy from committing suicide. She had a vision that he was going to run and jump off the roof. He said afterwards that he had told God that if someone does not come and speak to him, he will commit suicide. Back to the story though. She had a vision of the thing standing out in front of their house, and she freaked out. She refused to go home, but Dad, in his nature, dragged Mom along and ensured her that she was going to be okay, and that her vision was ridiculous. I bet you know where this is going. They got home, and sure enough, the thing was standing there, right in front of their front door. They freaked out and ran. They got to a bar and called a priest. He said that under no circumstances were they to touch, let alone approach the thing. They waited in the bar for hours, and when they went home, it was gone. They then had the priest come and purify their house. I have a hard time believing this story, but I have had my own spiritual happening before. When my girlfriend and I were walking through the forest, a wave of fear washed over me. I felt it was coming from a dark old tree. I wanted to leave immediately, but my girlfriend dragged me along and sat down next to the tree. "This is where I tried to hang myself," she mumbled. "I can't explain that." I have an experience I have told many people about, but no one believes me except my family. This makes me think they have had similar experiences. They believe talking about these things welcomes them. My family had a ranch growing up in Northern California. It's been in our family since the early 1900s. It's surrounded by forest about 100 feet away from the house. Cowboys would pay to take a bath on their travels and sleep in the stable. There is still a sign up there for the baths. We converted that stable into a home after the original house my grandfather built burnt down in the 50s. It's very isolated. My whole life we would spend weekends up there. No phone, no cable, just electricity. If you got hurt or cut your hand in the wood splitter, tough luck. It's an hour to town. There were only basic necessities: wood-burning stove, old appliances, etc. Despite growing up there, we always carried guns, even to the bathroom that was connected to the house, but you had to go out the front door to get to it. It wasn't an outhouse, but kind of. As kids, we always had to be in groups of 3, or 1 kid and 1 adult. I had little things happen that terrified me, but was always told not to acknowledge it. When I was 21, my grandfather was having a hard time staying there all weekend, and I loved it up there, so I moved in with my dog. He was a big staffy pit bull, and went everywhere with me, in my tiny red 93 Miata. I loved that car. This was around 2009. My cell phone worked up there, but I had to set it on the specific shelf. But I could always call out standing on a chair by the shelf. I had a boyfriend who was an asshole. He came up every day, but never slept over. It was scary up there. I would watch movies and listen to the radio. Not having cable added to the isolation. So one day, it's super windy, but the power stayed on by some miracle. There was one light above the barn that barely reached my house, and the house had 2 front doors, one in the kitchen and one in my room on the same side of the house, about 15 or 20 feet apart. Well, my dog starts going crazy. I assume it's either the wind or a mountain lion. I wasn't about to let him out. The screen is kind of rattling with everything else, and then I hear it, right outside my door. I swear on my son, I heard a tiny voice say,
Hello?
pause,
Hello?
pause, and louder.
Hello?
It sounded like a very small person, but not a child. No knocking, no response to anything I said, just the same word over and over, but like they were trying to get it right. The L's sounded like R's. I was so petrified, and my dog is freaking out with his hair up. I'm calling my boyfriend and he's on the way, but it's like an hour to get up here, and everyone loses service on the way up. I called my grandfather and he was mad, saying to grab the gun and to not open that door. I was crying and begging for it to answer me. I asked if it needed help. Does it want my phone? I was so scared that it would only say hello. I told it if it tells me its name, I would let it in. But nothing. Everything felt so wrong. I did not try and peek out the window. It was old glass, the kind that looks uneven, if that makes sense. Very easily broken. My boyfriend arrived first, then my uncle. Before they got there, it became less and less, and then nothing. There's no way a person was wandering out there. The path to my stoop was all mud. The stable is kind of on a small cliff, so walking to the stoop where the stairs are is uphill from the house. There were no footprints, animal or human, in the mud. Nothing touched or taken, not even from the fridge that was outside near the bathroom area. I moved back to town not long after, and I never slept there again. The way my uncle acted when he got there was like he knew there was nothing to be found, and he didn't ask me many questions. He told me to keep my dog on a leash, and that was it, and no one talked about it the next day except me. I feel like since that happened to me, I'm kind of marked. I do remember being very scared of the woods growing up on the ranch, like I was being watched. Maybe I picked up on my parents' cues, or maybe I was being watched. Either way, I loved the ranch, but I don't go up there anymore. One more thing. Despite generations of family going up there every few days to care for the property, no one has lived there full time since the house burned down. And we haven't kept animals up there either. No more livestock, not even a barned cat. Any ideas what this could be? One thing that bothered me for a long time after was the inflection it was using, as if it was a question at first. The way it spoke, I don't think it could say anything else, or I think it would have. It was confident and kind of menacing. The cadence was way off, like it was meticulously slowing its speech to sound human. But what bothers me the most about the inflection is if it couldn't say anything else and didn't know my language, then how did it know to phrase it in a question? I used to wonder if maybe it had seen or caught someone in the woods before, and then copied its words, because that's exactly what you would say if you thought you were being followed. Hello? 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 That sort of thing. I still think about it a lot, and my heart still races remembering its voice. This happened when I was a child. I woke up one night. I was probably 5 or 6 at the time, and I saw my mom lying on the floor. This wasn't out of the ordinary, as she would often sleep on the floor of my room when my dad was gone on a hunting trip. I didn't think much of it and decided to try to go back to sleep. As I closed my eyes, I hear a deep voice.
Fix me.
It says. I was obviously scared and thought I was hearing things, and I hear it again.
Fix me.
It starts repeating over and over, and I'm in tears at this point. My mom and brother were still asleep and unaware of the noise. I couldn't figure out what the voice was talking about or what it was. I thought it may be my bed asking me to fix it, but it wasn't messed up. I tried to tuck it in neat and tidy while the voice kept going.
Fix me. Fix me. Fix me.
After I finished fixing my bed as best I could, it still wouldn't stop. I kept crying, whispering to the voice, "Please leave me alone. I fixed you." But it didn't stop. "What do you need me to do? I'll fix you, but I don't know what you want." And that's when it stopped. It stopped asking me to fix it, and I laid there for a good while, afraid to move or say anything else, before finally falling asleep. The next morning, I thought it may have been a dream. My mom wasn't on the floor, so maybe she had slept in her room. I went to the living room to find her watching the news. I asked her if she slept in our room last night, and she said yes, but was surprised I noticed, since she came in after we went to bed and was out before we woke up. I explained what happened, and she told me it was probably a toy. The only toy in the closet behind my bed that made noise was a Bob the Tomato talking plushie that said quotes. It sounds distinctly different from that deep voice I was hearing, but my mom insists it was just that toy that kept saying "fix me" that night. So this just happened tonight, and I'm still freaking out. Some background. I work second shift at my company, normally from 5 p.m. to 1 a.m. On the street I work, there are 2 ways for me to get home. To the left takes me over some train tracks. There's a 24-hour burger place and a Mexican fast food place that is open until 3. The police station is maybe a 10-minute drive from the tracks. To the right, it takes me straight to the highway, which gets me home. If I go to the left, I have to take side streets to get to the highway, as it doesn't connect for a few blocks, or go back over the tracks and past my workplace to get to the highway. Hope I didn't lose you there. On to the story. Tonight, I got out a bit early, about 12:30. Lucky me. I was hungry, so instead of going straight home, I decided to go for a burger. Usually I have my window rolled down, listening to music on my phone. As I close my car door, I realize a rather large spider, okay, it was the size of my thumb, has spun its web outside, between my window and my side mirror. Spiders freak me out. If it had been inside, I would have beat Usain Bolt getting out of that car. Since it was outside, I was content to leave my windows rolled up and just blast my music. As I'm pulling out, I see the train barriers come down. I'm not foolish enough to try and beat them, so I pull up and wait. As I'm waiting, I see movement out of the corner of my eye, and that's when I see him. A haggard man, maybe somewhere in his 30s, with dirty hair and clothes, standing next to my car. We have a few homeless people around, but they usually don't bother you if you ignore them and don't talk to them. I figure he'll go away, but he doesn't. He walks to the driver's side and tries to open my car door. My car has automatic locks that activate pretty much as soon as you turn the car on. Thank goodness. He then starts banging on my car door window. He keeps screaming to let him in. I reach for my phone, but of course I'm panicking and can't get it out of my purse. And then I immediately dropped it down the side of the seat. I'm scared he's gonna break the glass at this point. I have a foldable nightstick in my car, but in my panic, I forgot it was there. I finally get a hold of my phone and dial 911. I'm screaming at him to back off and that I've called the police. He's going around trying to get in the car via the other doors, screaming at me the whole time, calling me about every name in the book, saying,
"Get out of the car."
I'm giving the dispatcher my location, and it feels like it takes forever for the cops to show up, but was likely only a few minutes. The guy, in the meantime, is crawling on top of my car and beating it with his fists. Of course, now the train is left, and the barrier is up, but I don't want to risk killing this guy by flooring it over the tracks. Maybe that would be manslaughter if he dies or something. Not sure about that, but not willing to risk any jail time over this crazy person. Thankfully, I see cop lights coming. He runs off, and one of the responding officers gives chase. The other cop tells me to pull in at the burger place and calms me down. He takes all the information I can remember in my panicked state. He then says offhandedly something to the effect of, "Good thing your windows weren't down." That's when it hit me. The only reason they weren't down is because of that spider on my car. They didn't find the guy, as there are a lot of places to hide, and it's pretty rough terrain at night, but they did say they would step up patrols around the area. The cops assured me I did everything right that I could have done, didn't get out of the car and called for help. I decided to skip eating out, as I wasn't in the mood anymore, and just went home to have a freak out and methodically quadruple check all my doors and windows. The cops said they would call if they found anything, so we'll see. I don't know what his deal was, but creepy guy who tried to get in my car, let's not meet. And to the spider that may have inadvertently saved my life, I'll let you slide this time. In the late 90s, I was around 8 years old. My cousin, who is 2 years older than me, is and has been my best friend for my whole life. We will call her Emma. Our families were also close, and only lived about 20 minutes from each other. So needless to say, we spent a lot of time at each other's houses. We'd stay up late watching movies, raiding the kitchen, and listening to CDs. Of course, I liked it more when she stayed at my house. I loved sleeping in my own bed, but her house was fine too, and that is where the incident occurred. I remember it being somewhere between Halloween and Christmas. It was definitely cold outside. Her room at the time was a basic setup, dresser against one wall with a TV on it, bed against the other. She had those huge sliding mirrors for closet doors. We were up late as hell, as usual, and we started getting tired. We climbed into bed. We always slept with each other. So Emma passed out in like 5 minutes, and at some point, I did as well. I woke up a while later, just out of nowhere. In like a fraction of a second, I was awake. I laid there for a minute, trying to figure out why I woke up. Everything seemed fine. She was snoring away next to me. All of a sudden, I got this horrible feeling, like I felt like I might throw up. And right at that moment, Emma stopped snoring. I thought maybe she woke up too, but I couldn't even hear her breathing. I got goosebumps. I was getting really creeped out really fast. So I'm laying there facing Emma in the dark, and a car passes the house. The headlights catch the mirror doors, and light fills the room for a few seconds. My heart almost exploded in my chest. Emma was facing me as well. Her eyes were bulging out of her head, and she had this wild smile on her face. She looked crazy. It didn't even look like her. She's just staring at me, smiling, in a pitch-black room. I pushed myself backwards, falling to the floor next to the bed. The car had passed. It was dark again. I decided there was no way I was going to stay in that room. I felt my way to the door, and then heard her start breathing again, and the bed shift. I didn't want to find out what she was doing. I ran down the hall into the spare room, and locked myself inside. I tried falling to sleep as best I could, and eventually I did, but not before quietly waiting for Emma to come and get me. The next morning, she woke me up by banging on the door. When I told her the story, she didn't remember anything about it. She said I was probably dreaming, but I know I wasn't. I didn't stay there for a while after that, but eventually I did, and nothing else ever happened. Not my story, but a friend of the family's. We'll call him Mike. He is more like an uncle and was close with my father. Mike told me this story on one of his more drunken nights. I think he regrets telling me, because the last time I stupidly brought it up, he quickly changed the subject. I later learned he hadn't even told my father, and they are close. I got enough details to get the full story, and permission from Mike to tell it, with name changes. So from Mike to me, here it is. It was the day that Mike's family was supposed to be out of the house, a weekday. Mike had a sister, Sarah, and a brother, Tom. They lived with their parents in a suburb in an average 2-story house with a security system installed. Mike's father and mother worked early, but his father would get home around 2 and be able to finish paperwork at home. Before this had occurred, Mike's parents had been arguing with Mike and his sister for leaving school before lunchtime, as Sarah was a senior and already drove, and Mike had just started driving himself to school and back. In an attempt to dissuade this and keep them from coming back to the house, their parents kept the code to the security system a secret. During the week, Mike's father would come home at 2 and be able to disarm it before any of the kids got home. Of course, in emergency situations, they would give out the code and then change it. This didn't stop them. Mike would still come home, as he learned he could open a window near the kitchen without setting off the system. He informed his sister of this, and his little brother overheard them talking. Tom was in middle school and never really ratted on his big siblings, so Mike didn't mind that Tom knew he was still sneaking home in the hours before their dad would return. For a few months, it worked perfect. Mike and Sarah would drive to school, sneak off after first period when they were sure the house was clear, and then come home. Mike would smoke weed. Sarah would bring friends over, and they would go to lunch anywhere they wanted. They would even drop off lunch for Tom from time to time. They would try to space out days between doing this to avoid too many absences. One day, Mike decides he's going to skip second period and go pack his bong. He drives home, creaks open the window by the kitchen, goes upstairs and rips one up. As he's sitting in his room blowing smoke out the window, he hears a creaking sound. He pauses for a few seconds before realizing it's the window he had been using to gain entry to the house. He was completely stoned, but the adrenaline of knowing someone was in the house quickly sobered him up. He hadn't heard a car pull in, and he knew Sarah had to be in second period that day for some presentation. Tom was always at school, and his parents rarely came home, and of course they wouldn't use the window. He said he felt completely frozen, and then he heard the intruder searching through drawers in the kitchen and in his parents' room downstairs. Instinctively, Mike had locked his door while smoking, and the only thing he could think to do was call the police. So he made as little noise as possible, got under his bed, and dialed 911. The intruder was downstairs and Mike was upstairs. He just hoped he didn't smell the weed smoke or hear the operator's voice. He was able to describe the situation and give the operator his address, and she told him to stay on the line. He could still hear the intruder rummaging, and he froze again as he heard footsteps coming up the stairs. His brother's room was right next to the stairs, and the intruder made his way in, again rummaging. Mike whispered to the operator that they were in the room right next to his. The operator said to keep the door locked and to stay hidden and silent. The police were on the way. The rummaging continued for a long time and made its way into Tom's closet, which was the closest part of Tom's room to Mike's. Then Mike describes a sound he at first thought was a very hoarse cough. He quickly assumed the intruder had smoked something in the house and was getting high while looting the place. After the cough, he heard almost a thrashing, a lot of commotion, much more than before. Mike assumed whatever drug the person had done had really hyped them up, possibly meth. He tensed up as he realized that the intruder might start charging down the hall and possibly break in his thin door. He said little more than "I'm here" to the operator in the lowest voice he could. The thrashing continued, and he heard several more heavy wheezes and coughing sounds. He said it didn't sound human. It was almost zombie-like. Then there was silence. Complete silence. Still frozen, Mike said he kept talking to the operator from under the bed for an additional 15 minutes before he heard the police storm the house from the front door. The intense beeping of the security system filled the air, and Mike called out down to the police. He went and unlocked his door and then sat on the edge of the bed. As the cops approached upstairs and cleared each room, Mike was surprised he didn't hear a struggle in any of them, especially Tom's. After the police entered Mike's room and cleared him, he was informed that there was no monster in the room next door, no drug-fueled homeless man, not even an intruder at all. They asked him who occupied the room next to his, and Mike told him his brother did. The police looked at each other as the air cleared. Mike's brother Tom had stayed at a neighbor's house for the first part of the day that day. He came home after he was sure his parents were gone. Then he got a rope from downstairs and hanged himself in his closet, directly adjacent to Mike's room. Tom was on the larger side and got picked on pretty frequently at school. Mike had sat there and listened to his brother hang himself, and remained as quiet as a mouse. I'm half Navajo and half Mexican. For over 20 years of my life, I've lived on the Navajo Nation Reservation in New Mexico. My Native American side of my family always warned us to be careful at night. My grandparents would always tell me stories of these shape-shifting witches who can curse you, kill you, or mess with you. They called them skinwalkers because they would take the skin of dead animals and wear them to change into that animal, or something in between. I never believed in it, really. I'm only half Navajo and light-skinned, so I was never treated the same by most people here. I drifted away from the culture and thought it wasn't for me. About 7 years ago, it was summer. I would have been 16 then. I used to hang out with a group of guys who liked to do a lot of delinquent-type stuff. Smoke cigarettes, stay up all night playing video games at someone's house, and then at 3 a.m., if we felt like it, we would go sneak out to Paradise. I know it's ironic, the name. It's basically a giant metal pipe that carries irrigation water to all the farms, but it was also a spot for kids to drink or get high in the evenings. The place did have a scary history of kids and adults who drowned or died in the night, but I always thought those were urban legends also. We used to test one another to cross this pipe, sort of an initiation, see how far you could go. We usually could go all the way across. Now keep in mind that pipe is about 3 stories high. It's also wide. I'd say as wide as an average car. So one night, me and a small group of friends were driving around bored at about 2 in the morning, wanting to spook each other. So I said, let's go to Paradise and walk the pipe, because some of them were new friends, and they had never done it. They agreed, and we drove out there. It was a pretty quiet night. The sky was dark, and it was cold. The boys with me were Michael, Cordy, Tommy, and Theryl. Now Theryl was the driver because he had the car, and his family was pretty well off too, so he never had to worry about cash. We got to the place, but he didn't want to go. Said his parents were traditional, and he wanted to just chill in the car. Basically, he wanted to text some chick, I'm sure, without us bugging him. I told him it was fine. Keep the car locked and running, in case. So we went on without him. As we got onto the pipe, a few of the guys were scared and had me take the lead. About a quarter of the way across, I noticed a faint white or light gray bat bigger than my head flying around us. It dove at us a few times, and we dodged it, but then Tommy slipped because of his Converse and almost fell off the pipe. I reached out and grabbed his right arm. Michael had grabbed my shirt collar, and Cordy had grabbed him. Altogether, we got back on the pipe, shaken that we almost lost Tommy into the dark depths below. The bat was gone. We were all freaking out, but the guys wanted to continue. We passed the halfway point with no problems, but as we got 3/4 of the way, Michael saw something. At the end of the pipe there is a hill, and behind that hill is very brightly lit because of a church somewhere off in the distance. Anyway, on that hill, there was a black figure with pointy ears, a dog's silhouette. Now Michael was a tough guy. He yelled and threw a few rocks he had in his pocket, and the silhouette stood up on 2 legs like a person. We all freaked out. Then Cordy said, "Look." There was another one to the left, and then another to the right. So 3 silhouettes of pointy dog-eared people on the hill. I told them to back up, so we can get back to the car. The ones to the right and left started to move down into the darkness below us. Now there's just one standing guard on the hill, the one that first stood up. So we started heading back, and it was quiet for a few minutes. But then we heard a girl crying like she was hurt and scared, maybe in pain. We were overcome with a strange feeling of wanting to help. Michael wanted to go back and crawl down to help this girl, but I just knew something wasn't right. So I yelled at them, saying, "Did you not see those things? It's a trap. If we have to, we can come back in a couple hours and check when the sun comes up." And the moment I said this, the crying stopped. All the guys freaked out, saying they can't believe what came over them. It was almost like they'd forgotten what they saw. We're halfway back across the pipe now, and we hear a native drum being played. We start running on this pipe. We can hear snarling and growling underneath us, but we kept running as fast as we could. We make it back to the car and get the hell out of there, and we stopped at a well-lit gas station to tell Theryl what happened. We couldn't get the girls crying out of our heads and went back in the daylight just to make sure, but we found nothing. I did not go back there after that. This didn't happen to me, but I was in the home. My parents have lived in their house for 25 years. I spent more than half my life living there. I'm 34 with children of my own, an hour away, but I visit as often as I can. The story I'm telling is about when I lived there when I was 24. I had 2 children and was going through a rough spot with my husband, so I stayed with my folks for a few months. My mom, dad, sister, and brother all lived there. I stayed in a bedroom with my kids. My sister had her own room, as did my parents. My brother was staying in a room in the basement. My mother is probably the sweetest and most honest woman you will ever meet. She's been a home daycare owner and homemaker her whole adult life. When I say she is honest, she does not like lying. She's really bad at it, and she's just a very serious person. I can't tell you how many times I tried to get her to lie for me when I was growing up, and she wouldn't. And even when she did, like telling my dad I got suspended or snuck out or was smoking, her lying was so horrible my dad never believed her, and she always ended up telling him the truth later on. The reason I'm saying this is because my mom told me something that I know is true because of how she is. We were in the kitchen. I was talking to her about something while eating at the table. She was washing dishes. I remember her looking over toward the den door. A quick outline of the house. You walk in the front door, you were in the living room. To your right is a hall, with the bedrooms and a bathroom. If you keep going straight through the living room, you get to the kitchen. In the kitchen is a side door to the backyard, and another door that leads to the den. In the den is the back door to the backyard. Also in the den is a staircase heading down the steps to the basement. It's a decent-sized ranch house. Back in the 80s, there was a fire in the den and half the basement. The man who lived there died. He was burned alive. His family ended up rebuilding the den and basement. Now the basement was a typical one, hard concrete floors and walls. It had 2 rooms. One we kept the washer-dryer in, and the other had a big freezer in a small room, which was my brother's. So I see my mom looking towards the den. She dropped a glass cup in the sink and kind of just stared. I asked her what was wrong. She quickly looked away and said nothing was. I didn't think anything of it until a few days later. I came in the house and saw Mom praying on her deceased mother's rosaries. My parents aren't religious. My dad's an atheist. My mom is a Christian but doesn't really go to church or read the Bible. Rarely does she pray. So to see her praying on my mom's rosaries definitely surprised me. "You okay?" I asked. My mom then smiled and said this: "You ever see anything in this house?" I told her no, and it's true. I never experienced any paranormal presences in my mom's home. Sure, it has its bumps and creaks, but what older house doesn't? I asked her why. She then told me what has been happening to her. She told me she would smell matches ever so often, especially when she went in the den or basement. No one smokes in the house. We aren't big on candles, so it was kind of weird. What she told me next terrified me. She told me she has seen a man with burned, melted skin. No hair. Skin just a glossy red and black. She said he had like a hunchback, like he walked bending over a bit. She said he was naked, but she saw no genitals. She just felt that it was a man. She told me she saw him sometimes. She said at first she thought it was her mind playing tricks. The sightings started almost immediately after we first moved in. She only saw him a couple times throughout my childhood and teen years, but recently she has seen him more. And it wasn't just a brief out of the corner of her eyes type thing. He would stand in full view and just look at her. She said sometimes it's almost like minutes. She didn't know why he was showing himself more. I didn't believe her at first. I was like, "Yeah, okay, Mom." But she insisted, and then she started crying. I had to believe her. She asked me again if I noticed anything strange, and again, I told her no. After my mom told me this, I was very uncomfortable. Every time my then 8-month-old would babble or stare off at a wall, I thought she could see him. I began to make plans with my husband for a reconciliation. I believe in the paranormal, although I've never experienced it myself. A few months passed, and my mom was still smelling matches, but she had not seen the burned man since that day in the kitchen. I started to forget about it, and made my plans to move into a new house with my husband. One night, my 19-year-old sister Megan had her friend Cassie over. I was in my room with my kids. My parents were reading in their bed, and Megan and Cassie were hanging out in Megan's room. Around midnight, I was laying in my bed, watching TV. My kids were asleep, and then I heard a scream. This was a scream that turned my blood cold. It sounded horrifying. I jumped out of bed and opened my door, around the same time my mom and dad opened theirs. We looked over into Megan's room. Her door was open, and we saw Cassie sobbing hysterically, sitting in Megan's lap. They were both on Megan's bed. Megan looked confused. She was stroking Cassie's hair, saying, "What happened? What's wrong?" My dad went back in his room, assuming it was just girl problems. My mom went into Megan's room to talk to them and shut the door behind her. I went to the kitchen and got a drink, then sat in the living room to wait for my mom. About 20 minutes later, my mom came out of Megan's room, shutting the door again. I asked her what happened. My mom sat next to me and told me this. Cassie was reading a magazine on Megan's bed, laying toward the foot of it. The position she was in, if she looked up, she was looking out into the hallway because the door was open. And she did just that. She happened to look up. She said she saw a bloody-looking, melted, bald man dragging himself down the hallway. He was using his arms to pull his body down the hall. His legs and torso were dragging as he made his way toward Megan's room. Cassie then screamed and jumped in her lap, but Megan saw nothing. Megan was very skeptical and laughed at Cassie, but she swore on her mother, who had recently passed away. I remember the goosebumps I got after I heard that. I didn't even want to look at the hall. Megan's door opened, and out came a swollen-eyed, tear-stained face. It was Cassie. She had her coat and backpack. Her and Megan left. I assume Megan took her home. I never saw Cassie again. She refused to ever come back over. And that was it. I ended up moving a month later, and my mom saw the burned man no more. But what made me want to tell this story was last week I went to my parents to visit, and it was just my brother out there. Out of the blue, he says,
You're gonna think I'm crazy, but I think there's something in the basement. I keep seeing flashes of red out of the corner of my eye.
So as of now, I told my mom what my brother said, and those two are sharing their stories. My mother only told me of the burned man, so I believe my brother when he says he's seeing something. My plan is to do some investigating on the house and the previous owner who died in the fire there. I wonder what he wants, why he only shows himself to certain people, and why does he do it so sporadically? I will make sure I thank him for not showing himself to me. My great aunt lived alone in a small 2-floor Cape house 1 town over that my grandfather had built her in the 1940s. She had a tiny spare bedroom and writing office upstairs. My great aunt was a nun and teacher and would often write friends and former students and work on a book of her stories that she never quite finished. My mother and I would visit from time to help take care of chores in and around the house as years went on. When I left for college, my mother started visiting more often. No sense in us both being alone, she told me. While I was away, my great aunt started showing signs of dementia that progressed steadily. It started with stories she'd tell us 1,000 times, so we already knew them well. One story would start when she and my grandfather were kids, but then resolve somehow when she was an adult. Basically, she'd combine 2 unrelated stories into one, which would leave her confused. She also started forgetting to eat and take her meds, and would crank the heat in the summer to the point where she'd be dehydrated. Some days were worse than others, so when I finished college, we started visiting nearly every day, as she absolutely refused going to an assisted living home. We set up Meals on Wheels, and asked some of her friends and former neighbors to come by, so we weren't the only ones visiting. My mother and I convinced her to start writing in the kitchen, rather than upstairs, to prevent a fall on the steps. Without a reason to go upstairs, we shut off the old second-floor heaters and closed the over-painted squeaky door. We'd find the door cracked open every so often, but my great-aunt insisted she didn't go up anymore. And we weren't the only ones stopping by, so maybe someone fetched something from upstairs and forgot to close it. Again, my great-aunt was a nun, and around the holidays, she'd roll out the more religious stories and talk about God a lot. One day when I was visiting her alone, she started reflecting on her life, mortality, and when the man upstairs was going to come for her. I changed the subject, as it's uncomfortable, but over time, she started talking more about when she'd die. He's going to come for me soon. I don't know when the man upstairs will do it, though. Trying to reassure her, I said,
Auntie, I'm sure you have many years left. God isn't coming to take you anytime soon.
And with the most serious expression I've ever seen on her sweet old face, she said, No, not God, the man upstairs. As around this point in time, she started seeing things like flashes or spiders that weren't there, and a little boy in her living room that only she could see, even when my mom or I were visiting. I chalked this up to the dementia. Later that week, snow fell, so after shoveling myself out early, I went to my great-aunt's to shovel her walkway for my mom who'd visit later. After shoveling, I called my aunt from my warm car so she'd know it was taken care of. I also said I wasn't coming in as I had to go to work, and she thanked me. I drove off, but I realized I had forgotten my rock salt I had used on the walkway, so I quickly circled the block and picked it up. As I was reaching for it, I saw something out of the corner of my eye. The second-floor light in the old writing office had turned on. I glanced quickly, then pretended I didn't see it. I got in my car and went down the road a short way, confirming in my mirrors it was on. I called my mom.
Can you call Auntie and see if she has company over? Don't say I asked. Also, let me know how long it takes her to pick up.
My mom called back almost immediately. No, she doesn't have company over. Not this early. And she picked up right away.
Mom, you need to call the police. The light upstairs turned on after I talked to her. There's no way a 95-year-old lady hung up, hustled upstairs, and then back down to pick up your call.
There was no phone hooked up on the second floor. As my mom called the police, I called my aunt.
Hi, Auntie, I almost forgot. You have a doctor's appointment today. I'll come pick you up. We can grab a hot chocolate before we head over.
I parked my car in front of the house and acted as normally as I could. It felt like an eternity, helping her get her housecoat on and get out the door. As I turned the lock, I heard footsteps above us. I helped her into the car, never looking back at the house, too scared of what I'd see in the window. We went down the road a bit, and I called my mom. She was already on her way over and said the police would be there shortly. I told her where I parked. She arrived there, and the police weren't far behind. I flagged down the cop before he got closer, and I told him what I saw and heard. He radioed for 2 more cars. My mom stayed with my great-aunt to keep her calm, as police surrounded her house. I gave them the keys to the doors, and 2 went in as the 3rd cop and I stayed outside. After a few tense minutes, the 2 officers returned with a disheveled, gaunt man in handcuffs. "Oh, the man upstairs," my aunt said to my mother, as they fought the crazed man into the back of one of the cruisers. My great-aunt had apparently let the disturbed homeless man in, thinking he was Meals on Wheels or something, and he had been secretly living upstairs. She was confused if he was even real. When we were allowed back in, we saw that the upstairs was a mess. Garbage, rotting food stolen from the kitchen. The amount of filth was scary. The creepiest things were the notes, written many, maybe hundreds of times, and different inks and pencil scrawlings around the writing office window that overlooked her walkway. Was "Go away. Don't stay. I'll come down." The back of the door to the stairs had notes too. "She can see me, but you don't," and I can see you." It was clear he had probably written notes each time someone visited, over weeks and possibly months. My great aunt was temporarily shocked, but it was quickly forgotten given her condition, and would ask about the man upstairs less and less. The homeless man, who was in poor physical and mental health himself, was hospitalized and passed after a few weeks into winter. He had escaped the hospital, but his body was found the day after. He died having succumbed to the cold and exposure. My mom and I told Auntie a couple weeks later when we found out. "Oh, I know. He told me last night. He's upstairs again, but you can't see him now." And at just that instant, my mom and I thought we heard the door to the stairs squeak open. This happened in 2017. I was on a road trip with my friends Jake, Lewis, and his girlfriend Brooklyn. Our plan was to drive from Michigan, spend the night in North Dakota or some state near it, and finally arrive in Seattle and spend a week there. We'd been on the road for about 10 hours and decided to find a hotel. We stopped in Jamestown and got a couple rooms. I stayed in a room with Jake, and Lewis and his girlfriend stayed with each other. It was around 3 a.m. when I woke up. Jake was still asleep. The room was a little creepy, so waking up at 3 a.m. scared me a bit. A couple minutes later, I heard a knock at the door. My heart began to race. Why would someone be knocking at the door at this hour? Is it just a coincidence that I woke up at the same time that someone would be knocking? Or have they been knocking, and I woke up because of them? I started thinking it could be Lewis or Brooklyn, and that calmed me down a bit. I crept up to the door and opened it. No one. As I closed the door, there was a knock at the window on the other side of the room. Now my heart was racing faster than ever. I had to wake up Jake. Jake woke up and said, "Dude, what the hell? It's 3 a.m., what do you want?" I told him about what had happened, and that there was now a knock at the window. He told me that I must be hearing things, but I asked him to check it out. He grabbed his pepper spray from his duffel bag and walked to the window. I quickly opened the curtains and saw nothing. After standing there for a few minutes, we decided to just go back to bed, and a little bit later, I finally fell asleep. I woke up at 3:50 a.m. I couldn't see anything as it was extremely dark. As I sat up in bed, there was a knock at the window. I quickly woke Jake up and told him the knock at the window happened again. He got out of bed, and I told him to wait for a knock at the door. He grabbed his pepper spray and stood at the door. After about 2 minutes of waiting, the knock happened again. Jake threw the door open, and there stood a tall man, probably in his 50s. His hair was a mess, his eyes were blood red, and he reeked of some unknown scent. He charged Jake, and Jake punched him. The man fell to the ground and struggled to get up. Jake sprayed him with pepper spray, and the man screamed. People walked outside to see what was going on, and we explained it to them. They helped us keep the man on the ground until the police arrived. It took them like 20 minutes to get there, but they arrested him after watching the security tapes. We found out later that he was wanted for kidnapping and murder. My friends and I decided that we should continue on with our trip, and we had a great time. I just don't want to know what would have happened if Jake hadn't been there. When I was young, 6 or 7, my family and I went on a vacation to Morocco. It was a very nice place. We visited a lot of different towns, and we even went to the beach to swim and have a nice beach day. In total, we stayed about 3 weeks. One of the weeks, we had a plan to rent a 4x4 and go into the desert to explore and go to towns and resorts, etc. So the first day of our desert expedition, we woke up early, got the 4x4, and drove off into the desert We would stop every 30 minutes or so to walk around a bit, play in the sand, and take in the beauty. It was a very fun day. That night, we stayed in a hotel so we could leave early and do more exploring. The next day, we were driving along like normal, and then my parents wanted to stop for lunch in the middle of the desert. We had a lot of food in our car. My brothers and I were happy to have time to go out and play. We had lunch, packed up, and just when we were about to leave, we realized we were stuck. The 4x4 won't move. It had sunk into the sand. We were stuck there for about 5 hours. My family didn't seem to care much, but I was freaking out. I was crying. I was yelling for help. I thought we were going to die, even though we had enough food for days. Then, just when my parents were starting to get a bit stressed, we see a car in the distance. It was coming towards us. We were saved. The men from the car helped us to get our car out of the sand, and they even offered to take us to an inn that belongs to their friend. We were so grateful, and we followed them to this inn in the desert. It was a very nice place. My brothers and I went outside on a little sand dune to play, while my parents talked to the men. They helped us make sure our car was running normally. They were very nice and hospitable. I was playing outside when it got a bit cold. It must have been around 7 p.m., so I went back inside to get a sweater. And when I went inside, I saw my dad hiding around a corner, listening to the men talk to each other in Arabic. I didn't really think anything was up, so I went to get my sweater and went back outside. Night came and we went to bed. I was in a room with my mom, and my brothers were in the next room with my dad. It was around 2 a.m. when my mom woke me up. She told me to get dressed because she wanted to go on a little walk. So we left the room, met up with my dad and my brothers, got in the car, and left. We never went back. I didn't understand why, and I assumed we were just driving around. We spent the rest of the vacation in towns. I didn't know at the time, but my parents just told me the full story. My dad overheard the men talking about how someone would come pick us up in the morning, and when my mom was half asleep, she saw a man with a knife come into our room and hide in the closet. They were human traffickers who went around the desert rounding tourists up and selling them. This past Halloween, some friends that I regularly play with online decided to come visit, so we could all finally meet in person. We rented an Airbnb in the city and got all dressed up in our costumes and went out dancing. Everything was completely normal. Everyone was in great spirits and seemingly having a blast. So fast forward to the early hours of the morning, and I decide to break out my Ouija board. At this point, I should note that I've had paranormal experiences quite regularly my entire life. The more minute things being like sensing what I call bad juju in certain areas of buildings, or feeling a presence that makes my blood run cold, and the more serious being hearing and seeing actual apparitions, or having visions of things before they happen. That being said, at this point I had never been able to get any sort of activity to manifest itself in a Ouija board. Not once. So fearlessly, I brought out the board. I was with my girlfriend and my friend Vanessa. Everyone else in the house was asleep. Vanessa took the reins as our guiding voice, as we all meditated around what I knew to be nothing more than a board game. We all focused on shielding ourselves with a protective spiritual bubble, while coaxing the passing spirits to communicate with us on this Halloween night. Nothing. 10 minutes pass. The planchette flicks back and forth a few times, and I silently think, that's just Vanessa or my girlfriend moving it. We ask questions, all of which receive no direct answers. About 20 minutes into this game, I mentally focus on removing my bubble shield, and call out to the void, saying nothing aloud, but challenging whomever is listening to come to me. My blood is running cold, and my eyes watering just typing this. Something came to me. I really can't describe it, but it was instantaneous. "Whoa," said the girls. They had felt it. I couldn't believe it. Their immediate reaction solidified that what I was feeling was not just my imagination, but something very real. I trembled as Vanessa said, "Is something or someone with us?" Now I know what I'm about to say might sound bizarre, but just bear with me because it's kind of hard to explain what happened next. It felt like this thing dipped a tendril or a finger into my mind, just like we might dip a toe into a bath. I instantly felt its power, and it was the most powerful energy I have ever experienced. It felt like I was tapped into an army of beings, or perhaps an entire dimension. It was unfathomable. It made me feel as if it could devour the entire universe if it so pleased. It told me its name was Abaddon. It didn't say it verbally. It was more like it wrote it out, letter by letter, inside my head. I was terrified. I felt like my body wasn't vast enough or strong enough to house this thing's pinky finger. I felt overwhelmed. "What is your name?" Vanessa asked. The cursor moved and started to spell out A, B, A, D. At this point, tears were streaming down my cheeks, and I said, "Abaddon." The girls both looked at me. "Its name is Abaddon. It told me about 5 seconds before you asked." At this point, I told the girls that we were not safe, and we implored the entity to move on from us. We said goodbye, per Ouija board etiquette, and I stumbled into the kitchen and poured myself a glass of bourbon. The girls ran in after me to see how I was. My girlfriend knows me very well, and she instantly could tell I was not all right. For one thing, I was shaking like a leaf. My chest felt heavy, and I couldn't really talk about it for some reason. "Is it still with you?" my girlfriend asked, to which I nodded my head. We immediately returned to the board and basically exorcised the entity. I immediately felt 1,000 pounds lighter and 20 degrees warmer. Eventually we got it to leave us. We were all very exhausted by this, but could barely sleep after. Everyone else in the house was awoken by this commotion and could tell something very serious had happened. My agnostic friend said she was lying in the next room praying. She had felt and heard what we were experiencing. The next day I looked up Abaddon, and this is what I found. The Hebrew term Abaddon and its Greek equivalent Apollyon appear in the Bible as both a place of destruction and an angel of the abyss. In the Hebrew Bible, Abaddon is used with reference to a bottomless pit, often appearing alongside the place Sheol, meaning the realm of the dead. Side note, the next morning, we could see the lot beside the Airbnb for the first time, since we had all arrived there at night. It was a graveyard. Hello all. I am posting this as to not clog up an Ask Reddit post. What's your creepiest glitch in the Matrix or unexplainable thing that's ever happened to you? I posted a brief story, and others wanted to hear the whole thing with details, so here it is. I will not be using real names or locations for this, as it is still an open cold case ongoing investigation. However, I will say this happened in the northeast of the United States. Myself and my best friend John were young Boy Scouts, and we really enjoyed camping. Working toward our merit badges, we had to camp some distance away from others, without a tent, and minimum supplies. A .22 rifle, handheld CB radio, a small amount of rope, and knives. One of the knives was one of those that had a compass and fishing supplies in the handle. We spoke with our parents about camping on a local mountain. They agreed, and we were off. We walked down some abandoned railroad tracks for about 4 miles and hiked to the top of the mountain, where there was a clearing. You could see the clearing from John's front porch. Our fathers joked about how they could see any fire up there using binoculars, and they wanted to see a fire burning all night. During our hike, there was nothing out of the ordinary. We spent a lot of time on the mountain, and we used old logging roads halfway up before taking small trails to get to the clearing. On the way up, we passed a young couple in their 20s or so. We waved to them, but did not speak to them. Around 3 p.m., we reached the clearing, and we started constructing a small lean-to and building a fire. The area we were in was wide open with little to no trees, lots of stones, and huge boulder rocks. The huge boulders were a landmark for our parents, as you could see them from everywhere. For the next few hours, nothing happened. We checked in on the CB radio every 2.5 hours, though. We used the local firefighter channel on the CB radio. This channel was an off channel the local fire department used to chat about off-topic stuff, like NHL games and fart jokes. Every time we checked in, about 20 people would respond jokingly, but it was an awesome sense of security. Nothing out of the ordinary happened until around 11 p.m. The only reason I knew what time it was because we had to check in within 30 minutes. We were sitting around our fire talking and joking about who was going to call on the CB this time. That is when we heard a loud, booming noise. It was not a gun. It did not sound like that. This was a long 10-second boom that reverberated on itself, and the ground vibrated softly. We looked at each other, and I said, "The fuck was that?" John got this huge smile on his face and made a joke. "I farted." We laughed, and I pointed towards some large boulders where the sound seemed to come from, and said, "Your ass is over there then." John was always fearless. He got up and continued to make jokes as he walked over toward the boulders. He just got out of firelight, and I could hardly make out his silhouette on the night sky. I remember his exact words. "Here, ass. Come here, ass. You be..." I laughed and said, "You be what?" "John, you be what?" I waited no less than 30 seconds and got up and walked toward John, just knowing he would jump out scaring the shit out of me. As I walked toward the boulder where I lost sight of him, I remember saying, "If you scare me, I'll shit on you when you fall asleep." I reached the boulder and could not find John. I yelled for him to come out. After about 5 minutes searching around and over the large boulders, I got extremely scared. I don't know why, but a sudden pain and grief fell over me. I ran back to the fire, grabbed the CB radio, and started screaming for my dad. I told him John was missing and I was scared, and that I thought something was after me. To this day, I don't know why I instinctively started screaming into the radio. Thinking about it all these years, it was only 5 minutes since I saw him last, but I felt so scared. So many people on the radio responded, "We're on our way. Keep the fire going so we can find you." Then my father said the words that haunt me, and as I type this, bring fear and tears to my eye.
"Brian, grab your rifle, put your back to the tallest rock, and shoot anything that does not have a flashlight."
To this day, I do not know why he said that. He never would tell me, and he took why he said it to his grave. I did as I was told. I dropped the radio and grabbed the .22 rifle and put my back to a rock, still within the light of the fire. It felt like a lifetime, but it was only 20 minutes after my dad said what he said that half the law enforcement and fire department showed up. I remember from where I was standing, I could see the headlights and flashing lights of the emergency vehicles coming toward the mountain, up the old logging trail and toward me. As they pulled up, everyone was yelling, "Don't shoot! We are here! Don't shoot!" There were around 50 people that night that came to my cries, and they wasted no time searching for John. No one could find him, or any sign of where he went. The only thing that we found was the large knife that had the accessories in the handle, and the flashlight on top of the boulder where John went missing. This was odd because these were in the lean-to with other leftover things. They searched for 3 days. I was interviewed by everyone in law enforcement, and then I was interviewed by the FBI. They even interviewed the young couple we saw. They were woken up by all the vehicles and emergency sirens. When the FBI got involved, they took my .22 rifle and had it checked to see if I had recently shot it. I had not. They took the knives and checked them over too. They even took my clothing. They brought me back up to the mountain and had me reenact the whole night. I remember they called me a murderer and said they knew I killed him and I was going to jail forever. I was fucking 11 years old, and this went on for a year. I used to go over to John's house and speak with his father and mother every day, asking if he came home yet. I remember the first time his mom said to me, "Where is my baby? What did you do?" She would ask this a lot. She would come over to my house and sit in the driveway, and I would walk out, and she'd roll down the window and say that in a soft voice. John's dad, on the other hand, was the opposite. He would talk to me and was always super nice. He still is to this day. I call him every time I think of John. Even now, he never says anything out of the way toward me. John's mother passed some time ago. From what I was told, her last words were, "Ask him where my baby is." And what's crazy is even up until today, no sign ever showed up of John. No body, no clothing, nothing. It haunts me. I have nightmares of that night. I'm always writing down what happens in these nightmares in a journal, hoping I would write something that I had forgotten. But it's almost always the same. Nothing new. The mountain where all this happened now has loads of houses on it. They started building the houses there in the late 90s. I remember going with John's father one weekend and we searched the area when they were clearing the trees, but we found nothing. What really messes with my head is that I just watched Missing 411. Why is it happening? This experience has affected me in so many ways, and it will haunt me until the end. I called John's father and asked if I could post this. I will answer any questions, except about our identities. To give some context, I'm going to give you a little background on myself and my mom. My mom had me at 18 and was swiftly kicked out of my grandparents' house. After a crazy timeline of events, she finally got us a permanent place to live when I was around 7 or 8. My mom was single, young, and in nursing school, so we ended up living in a government apartment complex. It was not on a good side of town. Very, very high crime rates. But it was a place to live, so she took it. There were some strange characters that lived there, but from what I remember, it wasn't bad. We often spent time at my aunt's on the weekend, sometimes the whole weekend. One Saturday night, we were at my aunt's house, and they decided that they wanted to watch a movie my mom had on DVD back at our apartment. She loaded me up in the car, and we went to get it. It was kind of late, maybe 11 or 12, but we had been living in the apartment complex for a while and had gotten comfortable, so my mom didn't think it was a big deal. We pulled up to our apartment building, and from what I remember, everything seemed fine. I remember it all very vividly. My mom was in a great mood and was singing along to Beyoncé on the radio. When we parked, she told me not to get out of the car and to lock the doors. I guess she didn't think leaving me would be a big deal since she'd only be gone a couple of minutes. She walked up to the door, and I immediately noticed her face had turned white as a ghost. She stood for a couple of seconds, and then took off running back to our car. She got in and slammed the door. Right as she did, I heard a loud thud hit the passenger side window. I leaned forward from the back seat to look, and there was a bloody hand coming up from the ground. My mom quickly threw the car into reverse and peeled out of there. I was so confused as to what was going on. My mom didn't have a cell phone at the time and was in a state of shock, so she drove straight back to my aunt's house. When she got there, she frantically told my aunt what had happened, and they called the police. We moved out of that apartment a few days later, and we never spoke about it. I mostly forgot about it until a few months ago, and I brought it up to her. She told me the full story, and when she did, I was shocked. The police told her everything, and now I understand why she didn't tell me. A man had attacked a woman in our complex and had attempted to rape her. She managed to get into her car and run him over, but apparently that didn't do him in. She thought it had, so she stopped to call the police, and when she did, he managed to get into her car and stabbed her several times. She ran from him and was knocking on doors trying to get help. He collapsed in the parking lot from injuries sustained from being ran over. The reason my mother turned white as a ghost at the sight of our door was because it was our door she had knocked at for help. She was slumped on the ground, and our door was covered in blood. The man had passed out right next to where my mother ended up parking. I don't know how she missed him when she parked, but she did, and it was him slapping on our window. This story happened about 1.5 years ago. I've only ever shared this story with one other person, the other person who's actually in the story. First, a little about me. I have a formal education in the hard sciences, and I'm halfway through a Doctor of Medicine degree program, so those are the lenses through which I see the world. This makes me a natural skeptic on most things. I firmly believe in the existence of extraterrestrial life, because the vastness of the universe makes it a mathematical certainty. But I am far less convinced on the subject of UFOs, although there are a number of well-documented events that keep me from dismissing them outright. This story has nothing to do with aliens, though. At least I don't think it does. I guess I only mention it for the purposes of demonstrating that I keep an open mind on things, but I also still need to see at least some sort of suggestive evidence. I'm a huge fan of the paranormal as a genre. I find the stories and media fun and entertaining. I like getting scared, and I enjoy the experience of reflecting on what if. But it's always been just that to me, a genre of entertainment. And then this happened, and I still can't explain it. My fiance and I grew up and live in a small city in New England. Honestly, it's really only a city by definition. It's bigger than your average New England town, but it's far more suburban than your average city. The house my family has lived in since I was 2 is located on the outskirts of this city. I'm now almost 30, and although my fiance and I live in an apartment below her mom's place, I still keep a lot of stuff there at my old house, including my motorcycle. When you pull out of the driveway and go one way, it takes about 10 to 15 minutes to get into the city. But if you go the other way, it takes about 2 minutes to hit farmland. Heading toward the farms, you end up on a road called Pine Hill Road. On this road is a very old cemetery with gravestones that date as far back as the 1700s. The cemetery encompasses a square plot of land, bordered on 3 sides by trees and by Pine Hill Road on the 4th. The official name of this cemetery is Pine Hill Cemetery, but everybody in the area calls it by its other name, Blood Cemetery. It's allegedly one of the most haunted cemeteries in New England. The name derives from the Blood family burial plot, located more or less in the center of the grounds, and is where most of the alleged activity arises from. Tangibly, the Blood headstone is engraved with the image of a hand, and it is said that during the day this hand points upwards toward the heavens, while at night it points down toward the ground. It is illegal to enter a cemetery at night here, and the police do patrol this area because of how frequently people try to go in at night to see for themselves. It is also said that the ghost of Abel Blood roams the grounds. I personally have never actually been inside the grounds, day or night, not even during the experience I'm about to describe. By the way, I've used the real name of the place. Feel free to Google this cemetery all you want. That way you'll know I'm talking about a real place with real stories attached to it. What I'm about to describe is no creepypasta. This really happened to me. I've driven past this cemetery a million times before, day and night, and not once have I ever seen or experienced anything out of the ordinary. That is, until one night last fall. It must have been around late August or early September 2017, when summer was on its way out, and fall was just starting to let everyone know it was on the way. It was late and dark one night when my fiancé and I were out for a ride on my motorcycle. We love riding around this area because there is little traffic. The roads are just windy enough to make it fun, and the farms are beautiful. We were riding up Pine Hill Road, and were just beginning to pass Blood on the left as we've done so many times before. Going about 30 miles per hour, it must only take 3 to 5 seconds to pass the whole property. But this time, something very strange happened to me. Time appeared to slow down when something red reflected across the visor of my helmet. I turned my head to the left, and this is what I saw. Up in a tree, just along the left border of the cemetery, there was a floating orb of the brightest red light I have ever seen. It was so bright that the center was white. Orb isn't really the right way to describe it, though. It looked like it was oozing and dripping, like it was made of plasma. The best way I can think to describe it is that it looked like the tip of a signal flare when it's held off the ground. But it wasn't shooting out the way a flare does. It was oozing. Where a flare has a sort of elongated shape from the sparks shooting out of the end, this was circular. And unlike a flare, there was no visibly physical object from which this drippy, burning orb emanated from. It just was. It was bright, it was oozing and dripping, and it was floating up in a tree. I really can't exaggerate enough just how bright this thing was, to me. Then I noticed the rest. Moving around this red orb was a set of hands. I didn't notice them at first because of how bright the orb was, and how dark the world was, but as my eyes began to focus somewhat, I realized that there was something else in the tree with the orb, and it looked like it was actually conjuring the orb. The thing was humanoid looking, but it didn't look human at all. It looked like a scrawny and lanky E.T., with nubby joints, fingers, and features, but with scrawny arms. Its face was long, narrow at the top and bottom, but wide in the middle. It was bumpy. It was a face unlike any human face I've ever seen before, and I've seen a lot of deformed faces. Lepromatous faces, hypoplastic faces, coarse faces, faces without calvaria. Hell, I've even seen real cyclopses. Yes, cyclopses really do exist, and it's actually quite a sad thing, because cyclopia results from a condition that also prevents the brain from dividing, and the baby is usually stillborn. This thing's face looked like it was from hell. Its skin looked dark brown, and it appeared to be wearing some sort of baggy-looking cloak. Its legs were crossed, its hands circling around this extremely bright, oozing red orb, and it was hovering a few inches over a branch in this tree. Passing the cemetery on my motorcycle that night felt like the longest 3 to 5 seconds of my life. As we came to the other end of the cemetery, time appeared to resume itself as normal. I looked back over my shoulder and it was gone. I looked back again, still gone. I immediately pulled over, and my fiancée asked me what was wrong, because she knows I never pull my bike over to the side of the road unless something is up and I have to. Especially when it's dark, and especially not on these windy roads. where people tend to drive like a bat out of hell. I can't blame them, these roads are fun.
Did you see that back there?
I asked her.
See what?
That red light we passed back at the cemetery just now.
Red light?
She asked, a little confused. Turns out, she hadn't seen a damn thing. Nothing. I explained to her what I had just seen or experienced, or whatever it was that had happened. She believed me, noting how I looked visibly disturbed by something. But whatever that something was, she hadn't seen any of it. It was dark and we were moving, so normally I wouldn't have been so surprised by her not seeing something like a figure up in a tree. But that orb of light, it was just so damn bright. There were no cars around, no houses from which a porch light could have been peering through those particular trees. There were no lights in the sky, no planes or helicopters around, and no explanation as to why only I saw this. I've never been diagnosed with mental illness. I don't have a substance abuse problem, and I certainly wouldn't have myself and the mother of my future children together on a bloody motorcycle if I were high or drunk. I've never had a seizure or been told that I had a seizure. I've never had hallucinations, and I've never experienced anything like this before, or anything like it since. I've driven past blood numerous times since then, too. And every time it's just been its normal, old, sleepy self. This is my friend's story. We'll call him Joe. I begged him to let me share this story online, but he refused for a long time. And honestly, that's understandable. And you will understand too. So Joe spent a lot of time on the deep web when everyone was finding out about it, looking for red rooms, classified documents, pretty much anything that was crossing the line. People are into some twisted shit. I have never been on the deep web, but the way Joe explains it, what you find is random, that you just click into some page, and whatever you get is what you get. That if someone is doing a red room, you have to either get the link from someone else or just show up by chance. Well, Joe finally found something disturbing. A video feed of a woman hanging upside down. She was nude and shackled around her ankles in a bare room. She was emaciated and covered with bloody wounds. Joe thought she was dead, that these fucks had starved her or beaten her to death. But she wasn't. Off camera, someone whipped her, leaving a slash on her stomach. She didn't scream, but did move her arms and head slowly, her hair dangling toward the ground. Now Joe was happy at first to find this page, but now he felt sick. He decided maybe he didn't like this kind of shit after all. And just before he was going to leave, a message appeared in the bottom right corner. It said,
Enjoying the show?
Joe clicked into the little box and said, yes. He didn't really know what to say. The person then said,
I am Mr. Blister. What's your name?
Joe told me he started to get nervous and picked the first name that came to his mind. Bruce, he typed. He said because the first person he thought of was Bruce Lee. The inverted woman got whipped again, but still made no noise. And then another message.
Lie number 1.
Followed by,
The Sunflower State.
Joe's heart stopped at this. This guy knew he was in Kansas. Joe held the power button down and the computer turned off. He didn't mess with the computer at all for a couple of days, but when he turned it back on, it was clear that it had a virus. It was sluggish. The bookmarks were different. Programs were running that weren't even there before. So Joe just turned it off. He was about to get his school money anyway, and needed an upgrade. He could wipe this one and trade it or sell it. But the creepiest part of Joe's story is that one day he came home after an evening class and sat down to dinner with his family. His mom told him that someone stopped by the house looking for him, and Joe asked who it was. She said he told her his name was Mr. Blister, that Joe would understand. Joe asked his mom if she had let him in, but she said no, that they stood at the door and talked. She said something about him was unsettling. On the inside, Joe was flipping out, but he had to keep calm for his family. Nothing else ever came of it, but Joe was very paranoid for several months. He would talk with me about it a lot. Who was this guy? What was he going to do? Was it really him? Or did he just contact someone in Kansas to scare me? Eventually everything went back to normal, but at least now you can understand why Joe is still somewhat paranoid. In fact, Mr. Blister isn't really what the guy called himself, but I had to promise my friend that I would change that too. It was a year ago, the first semester of my university career, when I had my encounter. Seeing as my university was in the city, and a good hour-and-a-half drive from the west suburbs, I had no choice but to live on campus. Not that I minded it. My roommate was nice, albeit a ghost roommate, as he was gone for long periods of time. Consequently, I'd spend a majority of my time in my friend's room up on the second floor of the dorm. He and I, as of this year, are roommates now, with another close friend. Being as I was a resident student, my tuition was significantly higher than commuters. As a result, I applied for an on-campus job to get some income for books, or for my own personal spending. I applied and got a weekend job as a recycle tech, a glorified name for someone in the school's housekeeping and facilities workforce. I was instructed to throw away the garbage of the dorms and occasionally the bathrooms. Those were a horror story in of themselves. Who could live like that? Let's just say that I lost a lot of respect for my fellow students and pitied their families. For the most part, however, it was fine, since I usually finished my rounds in the first 2 hours of my shift out of a total of 5, so I could then relax in my room still on the clock. On occasion, my coworkers and I would have to do setups in the conference rooms for meetings and events. Many times, those setups required us to take the main elevator to the basement beneath the main building. The basement was only accessible either by the stairs or the elevator. However, both needed a key, to open the doors at the bottom of the stairs or for the elevator to bring us down. The basement wasn't what I thought it would be when I first went down there around the second week of school. It was not one large room like a house basement. When you exited the elevator, which was an old bellhop-like device, you entered a long hallway which stretched left to right, for a good 200 feet to the left and 500 to the right. The hall was the only brightly lit part of this place. It was totally not what I expected. Not just in its size, but the sound as well. I figured it would be silent down there, but when I entered the basement I realized how loud it was. We had to shout to hear each other. The basement had a number of generators that made roaring sounds, and the sounds of heating systems in elevator rooms made it deafening. It was as loud as the fire alarms going off. The building was constructed many decades ago, so the furnishings of the lighting and decor were reminiscent of the 60s. Pale yellow tiles for the floors, and a pale brown for the brick walls. It was very, very old. Along the halls were a series of 12 or 14 garage-sized doorways that opened up to storage rooms, the size of full-size tennis courts. Not the individual ones, but the whole enclosed fenced ones, in which several games could go on at once. They were used to store unused furniture, cabinets, maintenance equipment, and the usual things you'd expect for a storage facility of a university. Unlike the hallway that they opened up into, the rooms were exceptionally dark. What I mean by this is, imagine you are in a house garage at night, You might have a single bulb in the ceiling. Now imagine that light being a very old incandescent, with barely the lighting power of a match. That was the strength of the lighting in these rooms. There were islands of these tiny orange glows scattered about, barely lighting the objects around them. For some of the more used rooms, there'd be a light switch that would light the entire room in bright fluorescent light. But other rooms were not so lucky to have a working light switch, and were left to darkness. Most of the basketball court-sized rooms toward the end of the right side of the hall looking out from the inside of the elevator were deserted rooms. Many were locked and could not be entered. One in particular was always chained shut, except for 2 times during my time. The first time was when we had a setup and needed to get a special velvet chair from the room. It was nicknamed the Cage, due to a caged-in area near the entrance. It had not been used in several years due to its obsolete purpose of storing furniture, so most of the stuff in this room had been there for years, unchanged. The room was also larger than the others from the basement layout map, hanging in the housekeeping office. One of my coworkers that worked there for over 30 years said that the cage was clogged with hundreds of discarded chairs and sofas, and that it was a trek just maneuvering around them. The first time I saw into it, poor light casted silhouettes that spooked me from my peripheral vision. But since there were other people around, I felt at ease. However, the second time I saw that room, I was not so lucky. One day, I had to go count the amount of round, collapsible tables we had for a setup later that day, alone. This got me flustered. My coworkers, who I had friendly relations with, teased me, and said that it was sort of an initiation into the housekeeping service at the university, to go work down there alone. It was late into the semester, and the weather was now cold. It was dark outside, almost like night when I needed to go down there. Entering the basement with a clipboard in hand and a small pocket flashlight, I went to count the tables in the room closest to the elevator. I felt so paranoid when I was counting. I just wanted to be done with this and back up to the surface. When I was almost done, I got a phone call from my supervisor. He asked if I could bring up 3 tables. I happily obliged and quickly hauled 3 tables onto the moving cart. For whatever reason, as I waited for the elevator to come down from the 4th floor, I decided to explore. The absolute paranoia and fear must have given me a faux courage. Walking into each room, I noticed nothing out of the ordinary, just more equipment and tools and workshops in the rooms. When I went into each room, my fear slowly began to vanish as I got used to exploring the deafeningly loud and dark rooms. Occasionally, a loud and sudden noise from the generators or boilers made me nearly piss myself, but it soon made me laugh in exasperation. Eventually, I made my way to the cage, skipping the several locked rooms I could not access. I exhaled and walked in, trying desperately to see with the little flashlight I had. Taking my phone, I turned on its flashlight app and found myself slightly more at ease. The room was indeed like my coworkers had said. It was like dodging and weaving. If a killer was down here, I'd be screwed trying to run away. Pushing that thought away, I reached the end of the room, about a basketball court away from the entrance of the room. In the corner was a corridor that opened up to a second room, hidden behind a really old bookshelf that did not look like it had been moved in a long time, since I had to wiggle it from the hard crust around its base. I was wary of this, and being as paranoid as I was, grabbed a metal pipe that was leaning on the side of the wall. Entering the second room cautiously, my heart began beating even faster than it already was, and a cold shiver ran up and down my spine. The concrete room was completely empty, just bare, save for a soft light of an incandescent bulb lighting the room in dull yellow light. In this second room, there was an open hole in the wall, raised up a good 3 feet in a square shape, 5 by 5 feet. It must have been a maintenance tunnel going underneath the school, since I could see for a distance into the dark tunnel. I could see heating vents going on and disappearing. I was expecting something like that. All the colleges had them. But why was this in a separate room, in the back of another? On the walls around the tunnel entrance, there were also doors. Heavy industrial-grade doors like in a warehouse. I rationalized them as being maintenance closets, or maybe storage lockers. I jerked around to see if anyone was behind me. Thank goodness there wasn't, or else I'd have shit all over the floor. However, when I turned back and got closer, my blood ran cold. What made these doors more disturbing, to me at least, were the edges of them. They were welded shut, but not from the outside. The melted metal did not bulge outward. They were welded from the inside. This greatly disturbed me, since it meant that there was something of substance behind them. Why would someone weld them shut? And why from the inside? I was shaking like a tree in the wind as I stepped back from the mysterious doors. And then I saw something move in my peripheral vision. At least I thought. Again, my paranoia might very well have been trolling me. I jumped and tensed in the greatest fear I had ever experienced. It had come from the maintenance tunnel. As scared as I was, my curiosity got the better of me. I walked to and stood in front of the entrance to the tunnel. The tunnel was at my chest. I flashed my light into the tunnel to the side, sweeping from left to right. The floor was sand or loose gravel. I could see the bottom of the floor above, but it was pitch black. My cell phone's flashlight only pierced maybe 10 or 15 feet. Beyond that was complete darkness. From what I could tell, the tunnel went on for a long while. I was half expecting something to jump out at me, but nothing did. Instead, I saw him. Turning my flashlight to directly in front of me, directly into the tunnel from the entrance. My breath was caught in my throat, and I felt nauseous. There was a green and white lawn chair facing away from me, just out of reach of my light. It disturbed me but didn't scare me. What did was who was sitting in it. A large figure with pale skin wearing a flannel shirt and jeans was just sitting there, perfectly still, and facing away from me. I heard no breathing, no sigh of movement. I was not even sure if it was human. It was almost like a mannequin. It had such tenseness to it. Its head was out of sight from the light, but I could vaguely see the outline of a bald and malformed pinhead. Not overtly deformed, but unsettling nonetheless. I looked at it for maybe 2 or 3 seconds before I backed up slowly, shivers flowing down my spine. It didn't speak. It didn't seem to acknowledge my presence. I was on the verge of shedding tears and chanted Hail Marys in my head, despite being a non-believer. Reaching the corridor, I quickly made a power walk out of the cage into the elevator. I kept looking back, expecting whoever it was to be bolting down the hall after me, but there was no one. I rushed into the elevator with the tables and ascended to the first floor. I said nothing. I didn't even breathe until I reached the boardroom where my coworkers awaited me. I quickly lost my resolve and broke down, telling them the whole thing. The room, the doors, the man in the chair, everything. 2 of my coworkers went down to the basement to investigate, while the others comforted me. When they came back up, they told me that the tunnel where I saw the man was empty. There was no chair or man, and nothing in the rooms were out of place. Either he had gone deeper into the tunnels, or somehow went into the elevator and escaped after me when I was talking to them. They called public safety and they did a sweep and found no one. After that, I refused to go down into the basement alone. And even when I'm with others, I still have anxiety and a feeling of being watched. And that not knowing horrifies me. Why was someone sitting in the dark in a maintenance tunnel in the basement of a university? It doesn't make any damn sense. To this day, I still work for housekeeping, but I haven't seen the man in the tunnel since that late autumn day last year. In a life full of weird encounters, I feel like this is the creepiest I've experienced. I was a single woman, living alone at the time. My apartment building was isolated, near the edge of town, where most of its neighboring property was a large, empty field. I was about to go on a long trip, and I'd been up all night cleaning and packing. A little before 6 a.m., I decided to get some laundry done. It's critical to the story that you understand the structure of the building, so I apologize if this part's a little dull. Basically, all of the apartments opened up directly outside, like a motel, so there were no hallways or anything. My apartment opened up onto a fenced-in porch, with stairs leading down to the street. The fence continued around the yard, and there was a drop of about 6 feet on the other side, meaning the only way to get to and from my apartment was to go up those narrow cement stairs. The stairs opened up to an alley, which you had to take in order to get to our building's laundry room. A single washer and dryer were available in a locked, tiny space, right behind the apartments. I didn't want to keep going up and down the steps, so I wrestled a huge bag of laundry and made my way to the alley. Even though it was technically the morning, it was still pitch black outside. There was a safety light attached to the building, but beyond that, the path was only lit by the moon and stars. It was so quiet outside that I scared myself by accidentally kicking a rock. There wasn't another soul around. It took me maybe 2 minutes, max, to get the laundry into the washer, pour the soap, and deposit the coins. I locked the door behind me and headed back toward the alley again. When I turned the corner, I froze. At the end of the alleyway, right in front of the only opening to the stairs, there was a woman standing with her back to me. Her body was stiff and unnatural, like a wind-up toy. Her feet were about a foot apart, and her arms were slightly lifted, straight out at her sides. Her head was up, but it was jutting forward, as if her neck were extra long. She didn't move or act like she heard my footsteps. I immediately held my breath, going still myself. I waited for the woman to move, but she stayed like that, arms splayed, head crooked. She was completely blocking the way, and I'd have to slide past her to get to the stairs. Though she wasn't doing anything other than standing in a creepy way, I had no idea why she was there, or what she was capable of, so obviously I wanted to avoid confronting her. Unfortunately, I didn't have a lot of options. My cell phone was still inside, because I hadn't expected the run to the laundry room to take more than a minute. I had my car keys, but my car was parked in front of the building, meaning I'd have to walk past her to get to it. I sat there for what felt like ages, heart pounding, mind racing. I was so freaked out my eyes were watering, and all the while, the woman didn't so much as twitch. I debated knocking on a neighbor's door, but since she wasn't attacking me, I thought it might be stupid to wake people up. I wasn't sure if I was overreacting or not, and I couldn't just stand around all night. So after a good amount of time, I decided to force myself to walk past her. Yes, this is the part of the horror film where I would have died. I took slow, cautious steps toward her, and still she was frozen, As I got closer, I kept expecting her to turn toward me, but with only a foot left between us, she still hadn't. I took a deep breath and began to slide by her until I could finally see her face. I will never forget the way she looked. Her eyes were bulging wide, unblinking, staring straight ahead. Her jaw was completely slack, mouth open, almost unnaturally wide. Seeing her head hunched forward from the side was even more horrific than from the back, and I immediately thought that should the zombie apocalypse be on the horizon, I was about to be one of the first victims. Then she started to move. Not her body, just her head. Her shoulders remained stiff and slumped forward, her arms still straight at her sides. But her head, that head on her oddly long neck, began to loll toward me. Her eyes didn't move, but she twisted until our gazes met. Her expression completely unchanged, less than a foot away from me. That was it. I ran the rest of the way up the steps. Inside my apartment, I locked the door and stood against it for a long while, still shaking from the encounter. When I looked out the peephole again, she was gone, but I waited until the sun was shining bright before I went back to get my laundry. I stopped washing my clothes when it was dark out after that. So yeah, creepy lady, if you somehow followed me to LA, let's not meet. About 10 years ago, I was leading an archaeological survey in the Appalachian Mountains. It was a survey for a proposed pipeline or transmission line. I really don't remember which at this point. We planned to do the entire line in 6 days, but the middle of the line would put us hours from the nearest town. We decided we would just rough it and camp out along the way. Afternoon of day 3, miles from a road or any other semblance of civilization, we spot a bus. An old yellow school bus just hanging out on this mountain ridge in the middle of fucking nowhere. My first thought was that it had something to do with drugs, maybe a meth lab or something. After looking at our maps, I realized we were going to have to pass right by the bus. I decided that I would scout ahead before we had to get any closer, figuring if anything seemed off about it, we could regroup and come up with a new plan. I approached it, and nothing seemed too out of the ordinary, other than the fact that it was a bus in the middle of nowhere. But then I saw it. People. There were people on the bus, just sitting there, completely still. I almost shit myself and ran, when I realized that they were way too still. I mustered the courage to get a little bit closer. They were mannequins. A dozen or so mannequins, sitting on an old school bus in the middle of fucking nowhere. At this point, I'm thoroughly confused, but I think that my crew will be safe enough to spend the time needed to survey near this thing. Maybe a little weirded out, but we should be fine. But then I noticed something else. There was a rainbow-colored pile of something next to the bus door. I couldn't see how this situation could possibly get any stranger, but upon closer inspection, I found that it was a pile of about 24 sex toys. Most had been chewed on by animals, but I could still tell what they had once been. I made the decision to mark the whole area around the bus as untouchable, and we hightailed it out of there. We didn't start working again until we were well past the bus, and I made sure that the thing was no longer even visible in the distance before we set up camp that night. As a kid, my grandfather had a paper route in Baltimore. This was probably sometime in the 50s if I had to guess. He would always stick to the same schedule before he started. He would pick up a large ream of papers from outside a department store before it opened. So before he could go out and deliver them, He had to first roll and count them. The encounter he spoke about occurred later in the year, maybe towards the beginning of winter when it took a lot longer for the sun to rise. He sat down on the stoop of the department store to count his papers, but he was overcome with a sense of dread for no apparent reason. He couldn't shake the feeling that if he didn't finish what he was doing and start his route soon, something bad was going to happen. His mother had made him get the paper out, and he didn't want to lose it over something silly. He sat there until he was done bundling papers, but he still had the right sense to haul ass out of there when he was done. As he found out later that day after school, a closing shift employee at the department store had hanged themselves in the store's display window in a row of mannequins the previous night. Call it coincidence or creating memories after the fact, but the entire time my grandfather sat there bundling papers, that woman had been hanging right behind him, just out of sight of the pitch blackness of the streets. In August, the lads and I got together and decided to visit an abandoned World War II barracks that was hit by Nazi bombs. I was carrying a knife on me because it comes in very handy, and this is very vital to the story. So we explored the exterior in search of an entrance, until we found a smashed-in window in the east wing that wasn't hit as bad. We climbed in and arrived in a bare concrete room. I heard something skitter across the floor, presumably a mouse. We walked through the corridors and rooms of the east wing until we came to what we thought was the sick bay, which was in the west wing that was hit badly by bombs. This one room we go into has rubble around the entrance, and the wooden roof is caved in. There is ash, and the walls are blackened. At the back of the room, there is a blackened and rusty metal desk. The desk has a drawer in it. I try opening the drawer, but it's rusted shut, so I go to pull out my knife to pry it open, but it isn't there. I assume I dropped it on the way in, and that I would find it on the way out, so I use a piece of wood to try and open it instead. When I get it open, I receive the biggest shock of my life. Inside is my knife and a rusty ashtray with a smoldering cigarette in it, meaning it must have been put in there while we were in the room. We just legged it after that. Now we tried to dismiss it as a delinquent playing tricks on us, but we all know that the drawer was rusted shut, and there was a smoldering cigarette in there. Now there has to be an explanation for this, but we just can't figure out how it's even possible. This happened several years ago when I was living in Sierra Leone. The country was about 10 years out from the horrific civil war that had ripped it all apart. Hearing stories just from the village I lived in would give me chills. Awful things happened during that time. Soldiers would place bets on the sex of an unborn child, then rip the fetus out of the mother to see who was right. They would nail the genitals of elders to trees and force them to tear themselves away or be shot. They talked about the water towers they used as prisons during the war, with about as much distaste as anything else. But I never saw one and was always puzzled by their mention. Then, on a hot afternoon, well, they were all hot, I was biking through jungle and spotted a giant rusted water tower jutting through the palm trees, relic of a failed foreign aid project. It was quiet on the road, and I laid my bike down, walking 50 yards through the low brush and trees toward it. It was composed of a huge circular stem, enclosed on all sides, rising up to the bulbous tower above the canopy of trees. I was a curious fool, and pulled the branches away from the steel door. It was locked with a bar from the outside. I tore the bar up, and the door cranked painfully open to blackness. I had my camera with me and used the flash to look inside. Just metal grating, ascending pipes, and a ladder on the far side. I flash revealed several more times and finally worked up the courage to stick my head in. It was a heavy, dripping darkness forever above me. I took a step in, and another flash revealed a series of 2 platforms with ladders reaching up to the next level, where, at the top, a long human face, white and chalky, with mouth agape, leaned out over the uppermost ledge. It screamed out a sound I've never been able to fucking forget, then jerked backwards. The entire structure shuddered, and the structure felt more than sounded like something exploded out the side of the water tower. I fell backwards out the door, numb and cold. I ran the hell back to my bike, falling and trembling, running like a dog in a thunderstorm. I honestly feel cold and get goosebumps whenever I think about that. I hate that I have this memory. I used to work shift work at a gas plant in my area. For those who don't know, shift work is a day and night shift with a day off in between. Wasn't a bad gig, except we always worked alone, which could get extremely boring, as well as hard if you ever needed help. The worst part about it was that the plant was located about 30 miles from any town, so if something major happened, it'd take a while for any help to arrive. Night shifts were from 7 to 7. We had issues with drug addicts stealing scrap metal and materials in the past, so we're always instructed to keep an eye out. One evening, I was on nights. I arrived and got everything done, and was set up to just chill the rest of my shift. Now I will say I am not a bad employee, but sometimes on the first night shift, I would catch a cat nap to hold me over. It was around 3 a.m. at this point, and I started to doze off. I remember opening my eyes from time to time to glance over and check on all the equipment on the monitor. What I thought to have been hours was only minutes. I was very paranoid about falling asleep due to issues or someone walking in. We kept the 2 entrances to the building locked after hours, and I never really went into a deep sleep per se. The slightest sound would startle me and wake me up. I heard something and opened my eyes. Someone was frantically banging on the door outside. Due to company policy, we were not allowed to have firearms, so I kept a long fixed blade knife in my locker. I grabbed it and went to the door. I looked outside and saw a bloody figure standing there screaming and holding his arm. I cracked the door with one hand and held the knife with the other. I asked, "What's going on? What happened?" The figure told me he rolled his car a few miles down the highway and needed help, bad. Then he went to screaming and groaning in pain. Me, being the paranoid person I am, said, "Hold on, let me go get my phone and call for help." I then closed the door and locked it, because the world is a crazy place these days, and you never know. I stepped away for maybe 20 seconds to go get my phone. I came back, and the bloody figure was gone. I walked out a few feet and peered around the corners, but saw no one. Bloody handprints littered the door where the man was beating on it. The rest of the night I continued to look around. I went up and down the highway and never saw the man. The next morning, I hear on the local news that an escaped convict was in the area, and all local law enforcement were on a massive manhunt for the individual. Was that him? The thought of never knowing is terrifying. I just recently finished a course for a healthcare aid certificate. and something really freaky happened to me at the hospice I was doing my practicum at. I want to start off by saying that I don't believe in spirits or anything paranormal, and I hadn't had anything happen to me in my life that would have changed my mind until this particular night. I worked an evening shift, and I was done and sent home at 11:30 p.m. I think it was my second to last shift until I was done with my practicum. I worked on the dementia unit. It was on the second floor, so in order to get out of the building, I had to take an elevator to the main level and walk down a really long, dark, creepy hallway to get to the entrance of the building. Before I go on, I wanted to remind whomever is reading this that the building I was working at was a hospice, so death was quite a regular occurrence there. Anyway, the hallway I had to walk down had rooms on each side. Some doors were closed and some were open, depending on the resident's preference. So as you walk by sometimes, you'd catch yourself looking into their rooms if the door was open. Force of habit being a healthcare aid. Now, since it was 11:30 at night, the majority, if not all of the residents were sound asleep in their rooms. If the residents decided to sleep with their door open, there's enough light from the hallway to see into their rooms pretty well. As I was passing by one of the last rooms in the hallway, I looked in, and I saw a lady on her bed. The lights were off, and she was in a cat pose. It stopped me in my tracks. If you don't know what that pose looks like, Google Images will show you what I mean. Basically, she was on her hands and knees. I thought to myself, that's strange. Her neck and head were awkwardly bent upwards, and she was staring right at me. It was so scary. She was old, probably in her 80s or 90s. Her face had absolutely no expression. Her skin looked gray. Her eyes were sunken in, and her lips had a blue-black tinge to them. She didn't look alive, or even human for that matter. Keep in mind, the room was dark, with only the light of the hallway shining in. It made it even more unsettling. I also remember feeling cold. The room had cold air leaking out of it. There was also a smell, a really weird smell. It felt like I was in a scene of a horror movie, like the really, really scary part that makes you want to close your eyes, but you can't. With that being said, the building was a hospice, so a lot of sick and dying people reside in those rooms, some of which have dementia, so odd and strange behaviors aren't rare. I thought to myself, okay, calm down. There's a logical explanation for this. The poor woman is probably suffering from dementia and is confused at the moment. With a shaking, nervous voice, I said, "Hello, are you all right?" No answer. I thought the best thing to do was go grab an HCA or a nurse to go assist her and make sure she was okay. I walked back and approached the nursing station. I told the nurse the room number, 304, and what I had seen. We're all very accustomed to seeing bizarre things in this field of work, so there was no need to go into much detail. I pretty much just said, "There's a lady in room 304 that's awake. She might need some assistance." The nurse looked at me funny and told me that there was no one currently living in that room. I thought I may have gotten the room number wrong, so I took her there. We both looked into the room, and the woman I saw was not there anymore. What the fuck? Am I going crazy? We turned on the lights. Nothing. Just an empty room. It was clean and the bed was made. The blankets and sheets were perfect. Surely they would have been messed up. There was only a 2-minute window from the time I left to the time I got back, and I can assure you that everyone who lives at that hospice cannot be fast enough to be able to remake the bed and get out of there in time for us to not see them. Initially, I was embarrassed, so we started to think of an explanation. Maybe one of the other residents got confused and snuck into the room, but there was no one awake. Everyone was accounted for. At this point, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I was completely baffled. I didn't even have time to properly freak out because I was questioning my own sanity. As we walked away, she told me that the lady who lived in that room passed away the night before. She said the poor lady was found in the strangest way, face down, in a slumped-over cat-like position. It's safe to say that I did not sleep that night. I was so disturbed when I got home. I never wanted to go back. Still to this day, I wonder if I saw her spirit or ghost. I'd like to say that it could have been my mind playing tricks on me after that long shift at the ward, but I know what I saw. She was there. My family and I live in Brazil, in the city of Belém, a city that is known for its supernatural activity similar to my story. It was in the 70s. My great-grandmother on my mother's side, who we'll call Maria, was a very rich person. She lived in a mansion with her husband, sons, and daughter. Since the house was so big, she had a small staff, a few gardeners, a chef, a couple of maids, etc. Amongst the workers there was a woman who we'll call Beth. Both names given are false for the sake of anonymity. Beth, according to my great-grandmother, was a really nice and pleasant person. She had a natural charm about her, so much so that a neighbor, who we'll call Carlos, fell madly in love with her, and she fell for him as well. Carlos's mother found out about the relationship and severely disapproved of it. She was a racist bigot. As Carlos and Beth's relationship solidified more and more, and their engagement became official, Carlos's mother concocted a terrible plan, hell-bent on ending said relationship. She invited Beth for tea. They had a long conversation. It turned out that Carlos's mother told a terrible lie to Beth. She told her that Carlos had been unfaithful and had never intended to marry her. Beth, driven by intense grief and anguish at the perceived betrayal, put on her wedding gown, walked to the laundry area of my great-grandmother's house, doused herself with kerosene, and set her dress on fire. Safe to say, no one knew what was happening until her blood-curdling screams started. Every single person in the house ran to help put out the fire and call 911, attempting to save her life. They managed to put out the fire, but Beth's entire body was burned in the process. Pieces of fabric were melded with her skin due to the intense heat. She was in unimaginable pain. The ambulance arrived as she blacked out. My great-grandmother was in shock from seeing a friend commit such a horrible act against herself. She was not able to accompany Beth to the hospital, so she stayed at home, anxiously waiting for news on Beth's condition. Getting tired of staying by the phone, she excused herself to her bathroom to take a shower. As she was on the stairs that went up to her personal bathroom, she started hearing anguishing screams, terrible screams, calling out her name. According to her, it came from nowhere and everywhere at the same time. My great-grandmother stood frozen in intense shock and fear, not knowing whether she should run or cower in the face of such horrific sounds. Once a few terrifying minutes went by, she started screaming for it to stop while she clutched her head. But it would not stop, not until she screamed out Beth's name. As soon as she did, the screams stopped. She remained frozen, sitting in abject terror on the stairs, and then she heard her telephone ringing. She ran to the phone and picked it up. It was her husband, my great-grandfather, calling from the hospital. He called to regretfully tell my great-grandmother that Beth had just passed away from her injuries. My great-grandmother had a mental breakdown due to the stress of everything that had happened, and had to move out of her house for a long time to try healing her psyche from such terrible events. Fast forward decades later, 2003. I was a child, 8 years old. My sister was 6. My family still lives in that same house that the terrible event happened. We were playing in our pool with my mother. Everything was fine, until my little sister started staring at a doorway that leads to the laundry area of the house. She kept staring at it for a few minutes, until my mother noticed and grew concerned. She asked my sister what she was staring so intently at, and my sister replied,
At the bride. She's pretty. She's smiling at me.
My mother turned white as chalk and grabbed us and ran toward our section of the house. Later, I asked her why she was acting so strange, and she told me the story I just told you. This is the story my mom told me before she passed. This story spans over 4 days or so. She had already previously felt weird things in the house, but it never manifested itself the way it did this week. One night, my mom went to bed and put on her electric blanket like she did every night. It was the 70s, and this was very common at the time. During the night, she woke up and felt something next to her on the bed. She focused her eyes and saw there was a shadow next to her. But when she stretched her hand out and patted the bed, nothing was there. She shrugged it off and fell back to sleep. The next night, same routine with the electric blanket. She was woken up again by the feeling of something pushing into the palm of her hand. It felt like a finger jabbing it, slowly adding more pressure until she shrieked and turned the light on. Nothing was there. She eventually fell back to sleep. The next night, she went to bed, and at some point was woken up again, but she felt very groggy. She opened her eyes, and at the bottom of the bed, there was a woman sitting. She couldn't make out who. She initially thought it was her mother. She was holding the plug adapter and shaking it vigorously. The woman kept saying, "This is dangerous. This is dangerous." My mom was half asleep, thinking it was her mom, and said something like,
Mom, go to bed. It's the middle of the night.
And again she fell back to sleep. The next morning, my mom remembered the encounter vividly, so naturally she asked her mother if it was her at the bottom of her bed. Her mom, confused, said no, it wasn't her. My mom told her what the woman said, so they went back to her bedroom. Her chest of drawers was slightly moved out of place, so as her mother went to move it back, she noticed that the socket which the electric blanket was plugged into was completely black. After an electrician came to check it out, he said that if it was left any longer, it could have started an electrical fire. Later, when my mom and her mom were talking, they concluded that it was probably my mom's grandmother trying to look out for them. It's such a crazy story. Makes my eyes water whenever I tell it to someone. The shivers I get are real. Anyway, hope you enjoyed. I'm going to tell you a story about my dad, who passed away at home in 2014, just shy of his 93rd birthday. He was a lifer in the Army and had hundreds of stories, but only one like this. My dad, Don Baker, was a character and a half, larger than life. A big man with enormous presence and a booming laugh. Good-humored and loquacious, until a switch was flicked somewhere. And suddenly, he was angry and dangerous. He married my mother when I was 6 years old, and I came to know both sides of him very well. Those were the only two sides he seemed to have, until he told me this story when I was in my early 20s. And for the first time, I saw him uncertain, pensive, and apparently moved by something profound that he didn't understand. Eager to get away from the confines of his small Minnesota hometown and what he called his Norsky family, he lied about his age to join the army at 17 in 1938. Almost immediately, he was attached to the OSS and sent to China in the aftermath of the invasion of Shanghai by Japan, where he was tasked with gathering intelligence about the growing bloodshed in the area. After Pearl Harbor, he spent the first 2 years of the war as a paratrooper in the South Pacific, until he sustained injuries so severe that he was sent back stateside for hospitalization. After a couple of months in the hospital, he was deemed well enough to be discharged, but not fit enough to return to action, so he was attached to the 11th Airborne when it was activated at Camp Mackle in North Carolina, as one of a cadre of flyers and paratroopers who set up the division's jump school. While there, he and some of his fellow paratroopers began devising strategy for paratrooper recon, and that brings me to the story he told me. During the Korean War, and long since reassigned to intelligence, he was one of an elite chalk who jumped behind enemy lines to gather information and bring it back to the front, because troop movements and skirmishing meant that the front was always changing. Return routes were constantly being redrawn, and sometimes not quickly enough. Many of the paratroopers in the regiment lost their lives because of this inherent danger. On the way back to the front, and carrying extremely important information, my dad had made it from his recon position to a spot along the route about halfway home, when a brutal storm swept in during the late afternoon, and he had to seek shelter. There was a cave on the route that was behind him. He had to backtrack a short way to it. Once there, he said he just sort of had to hunker down and wait for the storm to pass. So he did what any soldier would do in that position. He grabbed some Z's. Sometime later, he was shaken awake by another member of his team who'd jumped a day or two before my dad. I can't remember his name, but he was one of my dad's good friends, so I'll just call him Buddy. The storm continued to rage outside, and Buddy said he had to risk moving through it quickly to get to my dad, because nearer to the front, the route Dad was on had been compromised. In the dim glow of a small flashlight, Buddy traced a map in the dirt of another route, a route that was as safe to follow as any behind enemy lines in a shooting war. And then he clapped Dad on the back and said, "You get yourself home in one piece, you sorry son of a bitch." He then said he had something else he had to do, ducked out of the cave, and was gone. Dad said Buddy had probably spent no more than 5 minutes with him in the cave. So Dad made it back to the front without incident in a couple of days. Once he'd dropped off the intelligence, he hit the mess and then his tent, and slept the deep sleep of the truly exhausted. When he awoke the next day and policed himself up, he went to the mess before going to his full debriefing and found a few more of his buddies having breakfast. They hailed him and told him how glad they were he'd made it back. He was a little taken by surprise at their enthusiasm and told them that they weren't going to shake him off anytime soon. They made small talk for a minute or two, and then Dad asked when Buddy had gotten in. The guys exchanged glances, and then one of them said, "Didn't make it, Bake." Dad, perplexed, looked from one guy to another and asked,
What? He went out again already?
and then Dad said it was the guys on the team that looked confused. "No, Don," one of them replied, shaking his head. "Buddy never made it back from the last jump." At this point, my dad began to get angry.
That can't be possible.
He declared to the others.
I came back after him on the new route, and if anything had happened to him, I'd have seen evidence of it, of a fight or confrontation, or more activity. but the new route was as clean as a whistle. So quit bullshitting me, goddammit.
The other team members visibly stilled, he said, and the atmosphere was strained. After a few tense moments, the guy who'd been answering him leaned toward him and quietly but intently asked him, "What new route, Bake?" Flustered, irritated, and feeling a growing sense of unease, Dad responded,
"The new route that Buddy came back to tell me about. The route by the South Pass."
At that, the guys were completely stunned. The spokesman for the group, white-faced, shook his head. "That can't be, Don," he answered. 4 days ago, Buddy was killed on his way back from his last recon. He almost made it all the way back. One of our scouts was watching for him and saw the whole thing. The Reds went through his pockets and got the intelligence packet. Since that's where the maps are, including the one of the route you were both taking, we thought you were a goner. That's the story. When he'd finished talking, he fixed me with a grim smile and said,
"Buddy was there in that cave with me. As real as you are right now. He was there."
It was as if he was answering an argument from me, but of course he was talking to himself.
"And by the time he got to me, he was dead already, by a day at least. If he hadn't come to me, to stop me from following the same route, to give me a new one, I'd be dead too. Sometimes I wonder if I dreamt it all. But damn it, the facts are facts. I got back by taking a route I didn't even know of, until that night I spent in the cave."
So I've been a career paramedic, but this happened when I had only been one for 5 years. This has never left me to this day, and I shit you not, it happened exactly like this. I was driving home on a rural highway one rainy afternoon. It was really pouring and traffic had slowed to about 50 miles per hour. I was following 2 vehicles, and we rounded a bend in the road as a small sports car on the opposite side crossed the center line and hit the small SUV that was leading us. I immediately pulled over and called 911. It was a bad one. I got out to check on everyone. There was wailing coming from the SUV on the side of the road. That's always a good thing, because people are breathing. So I went down into the field past the ditch to check on the sports car. There were 2 young guys in the car. The force of the impact had driven the engine to where the front passenger seat should be. The passenger was still buckled, his crumpled hand grabbing the oh shit handle overhead. The entire section of car shoved into the back seat area. The back of the car had peeled away, as had the top of the passenger's head. His jawbone jutted out, raw and jagged. He was clearly deceased, but I felt for a pulse anyway, all while listening to the gasping, ragged, dragging breaths of the driver. No pulse on the passenger, so I tried to figure out how to deal with the driver, but there was nothing I could do. The car had literally wrapped around him, and it would take an extrication team time to get him out. Listening to his dying breathing, I apologized out loud to him that I couldn't do more. Told him I was sorry to leave him, but others needed my help too. In my heart, I knew he'd never make it, so I went to render aid where it was needed. In triage, we call this black tagging a patient who isn't going to survive. I did what I could for the family in the SUV. Emergency medical people and fire services got to the scene and took over. The entire family had injuries, but all survived. The mother had permanent brain damage and lost an eye. But the whole day, those 2 guys in the red sports car stayed on my mind. That night, I was home alone and getting ready for bed, with just the bedside lamp on, and I heard something in the hallway. It got louder as it came closer toward my open door. It was like a thump, drag, thump, drag. I absolutely froze. A broken hand curled around the frame of my doorway. And then, that kid from the passenger seat was standing there, busted up, just like he was in the car. I'm totally serious. He looked at me, and I can't recall the exact words of what he said, but it was something along the lines of, "Hey, my friend wants you to know he understands. He wants you to know he's okay. We both are. Thanks for trying." He stood there for a few more seconds, just looking at me, and then he stepped back into the shadows, let go of the door frame, and I listened to him drag back down the hallway into nothing. I turned on every damn light I could. I slept with the lights on for 2 full weeks. I clipped out their deaths from the paper later that week. Turns out they were both high school seniors on their way home from a wrestling tournament. Their car hydroplaned, from what the investigation determined. I'd never have recognized the blonde-headed kid had he come to me as his healthy, unwrecked self. Freaked me the hell out that he came to me busted up. I'll never forget them, nor the ghostly visit. Anyway, that's my experience. I've seen a lot of shit in my 29-year career, but nothing quite that visceral, before nor since. In 2016, I lived in Mesa, Arizona with my wife and son. Our house had an office area to the side of the living room. You had to go down 4 or 5 steps and through some double doors to get to it. I spent a lot of time in the office, and one night I had a lot of work to do. Everyone was asleep, and I took a break and laid on the office couch. Now from the couch I could see up into the living room. The double doors were halfway closed, and I had fallen asleep. My dog Magic was under the blanket by my legs. I was startled awake, realizing that I had to get back to work. As I looked through the double doors into the living room, a figure was crouched at the top of the stairs. It was turned away from me, but was holding a mirror and looking into it at me. This man was insanely emaciated. His hair was patchy, and his eyes were milky white. My brain was trying to figure out what the hell was going on. So he's looking through the mirror at me and says in this deep, raspy voice,
"I need to stay here."
I was frozen, lying on my side. I didn't respond.
"I need to hide here."
He demanded. I finally snapped out of it and yelled, "No! Get the fuck out of my house!" The man then sneered and snapped his head toward me, now looking over his shoulder. He screamed. Several teeth were missing from his mouth. I whipped the blanket off of me, and Magic jumped up and ran through the double doors. It was like he just realized that something was going on. Magic was a big dog, a mutt, but intimidating. The last thing I saw was Magic barreling through the doors, and the figure still crouched looking at me. As the doors smashed open, they rebounded and almost locked into place. Fearing what this thing would do, I got up and ran, kicking the doors open. The figure was gone. Magic was cowering to my right. I just stood there for a while, trying to wrap my head around what had happened. Was it even real? I checked the house and found nothing. No figure, no mirror, no evidence of anything, except Magic's behavior. He stayed nervously by the laundry room next to the office until the next night. Only then would he come back into the living room. Nothing weird like that ever happened again in that house. After researching paranormal experiences on the internet, I think I might have been visited by a demon. Has anyone else had an experience like this? One night when I was little, probably around 7 or 8 years old, I was playing hide and seek at night, around 8 p.m. in the fall. because it was basically pitch black at that time. It was my cousin, my friend, and I. We all lived in one apartment complex. However, we were playing at the apartment next to us. Anyway, it was my turn to find them, so I sat down and counted to 20. After I finished, I started walking around the apartment, and as I turned the corner, one of the windows of the first level apartments caught my eye. I stared at it, bent over with my hands on my knees. Then the curtains opened. You could see into the apartment. There was a body lying on the kitchen table, cut open. The person or thing who opened the curtain and everyone around the table were wearing what looked like nurse outfits, with masks over their face and some lens things. It looked like they were performing surgery on the person laying on the table. The one who opened the curtain pulled his mask up and showed me his sharp teeth. I just froze. I didn't know what to do. Once I was able to move, I started crying and ran off, trying to find my cousin and friend. I was literally bawling my eyes out. When we passed the window on our way home, the curtains were closed. Since then, I've always been curious as to what the hell I witnessed. The body on the table looked so real and was lifeless. I still think about this to this day. I talk with my cousin about it, and he still says he's never seen me so scared.
What convinced me that the Ouija board is real?
I've been reading through this Reddit for the last few days, and it's inspired me to talk about an experience I had when I was 12. My mom was taking things out of her closet to donate to Goodwill for a tax write-off. She called me down to ask if I wanted any of the shoes she was getting rid of. I started rummaging around her closet and found an old Hasbro Ouija board. I vaguely knew what it was, but had never played with one, and asked her if she would play it with me. She agreed, and said when she was finished we would. So later that evening she explained in more detail how it worked. We set it up and began. I went into this thinking it was a big joke. The first thing the board spelled was my mother's name. I was giggly and said to my mom, "You're moving it," and she, of course, replied that she was not. She asked the board, "Who is this?" And they replied with the name of my mom's boyfriend. Let's call him Ronnie. Before she married my stepdad. We will call him Mark. Ronnie died in a motorcycle accident when I was 4, and I hardly remember him. She asked Ronnie if he could prove it was him, and he said a few things that only Ronnie could know. I still thought my mom was moving it, because she, of course, would also have this knowledge. Then Ronnie said he had to warn her about Mark. He basically said Mark was a bad man, and would do something to hurt me and go to prison. He said Mark needed to leave right away. We were both taken aback by this, because Mark had always been an amazing father and husband to my mom. My mom asked what he was going to do to hurt me, and the board just kept saying things like, "He's a bad man. He's a dirty man. He will go to prison. He will be punished." Nothing too specific. My mom got annoyed and said that the real Ronnie would never say these things, that he'd be happy that her and her family have a good life now. She ended the session, and we didn't play it again after that night. I was left confused, but just kinda blew it off. 3 months later, I was getting ready for school, about to jump in the shower, and I saw something shine out of the corner of my eye. Upon close inspection, I realized it was a small camera. Long story short, my stepdad had put these cameras around the house, and had been recording me taking a shower, changing clothes, and sleeping. I slept in the nude at the time with my door locked. We found out that he'd been doing this for almost 6 months. He was exchanging them with people online for other videos. He was arrested and spent a good while in prison. Never would I have seen it coming. It was completely out of what we thought was his character, and we were absolutely destroyed as a family. A few weeks after he went away, I was in my mom's room, and she said, Ronnie was right. It freaked me out so much. I can't explain it. No one had any idea. He was very, very sneaky, but Ronnie knew. This is something my grandma told me. It was summer in the late 70s. My grandpa was stationed in California, while my grandma, mom, and uncle were living in Oklahoma. My grandma and her dad took a trip with the kids to visit my grandpa in California. They made it there safely and had a really good time. The morning they left, my great-grandpa called my great-grandma back in Oklahoma to let her know they were about to hit the road. It was about a 3-day drive, taking the scenic route and stopping to sleep at rest stops. It was a normal trip, my mom and her younger brother playing in the back seat. They had made it to New Mexico and were only about 8 hours away from home when they were suddenly hit by a freak blizzard. They could barely see where they were going, so they were driving slow and looking for somewhere safe to pull over and wait out the storm. They saw a bunch of lights on the road coming toward them, and assuming it was emergency vehicles, they pulled over to the side to let them pass. The next thing they know, an officer's tapping on their window, waking them all up and asking them to move along. They were confused, but figured they had just fallen asleep where they were, instead of trying to continue to drive through the blizzard. Except when they started looking around, there was no snow, no sign whatsoever of the storm. They stopped at a gas station, and my grandma said something to the attendant about the storm. He didn't say anything. He just looked at her like she was crazy. They got back on the road and were home that evening. When they got home, my great-grandma was in a panic, asking them what the hell happened to them. Apparently, it had been 10 days since my great-grandpa called to say they were heading home. They all have an entire week missing, and they have no idea what happened to them or where they were during that week. Growing up, I always made my uncle retell this story because it used to freak me out. It still does. My Uncle Jack, not his real name, used to do a lot of solo camping in his early 20s. One night, in the mountains of Oregon, he camped alone for the very last time. He parked on the side of a service road and hiked about a mile into the forest. He found a decent flat area under some trees and set up his little tent. It was pretty cold and snowy, but he had the right gear. Fire starter logs, 0-degree sleeping bag, winter clothes. He makes a fire and has a couple beers as night falls. Eventually, he gets in his bag and goes to sleep. During the night, he wakes up to snow crunching. He waits, listening. Whatever it is, it's bipedal, and he can hear it breathing. Its chest sounds as big as a barrel. It keeps approaching the tent, walking around it, and then walking away. Finally, it's quiet for a while, and just when Uncle Jack starts to relax, he hears a little girl's voice say,
Mommy? Mommy?
He said he immediately got up and stuffed his bag into his pack. He put his boots on and unzipped the tent and poked his head out. It's silent. He said he was terrified to leave, but even more scared to stay. He heads to his car, and nothing is happening. But then he hears the voice again.
Mommy, help me.
He starts running downhill, thrashing and crashing the whole way. He hears sobbing from somewhere in the trees behind him. At last, he makes it to his truck and tears out of there. He went back for his tent a few days later. Nothing was disturbed. He looked for tracks, but everything had snowed over. He says he feels like whatever it was just wanted to scare him into leaving, because it sounded so damn big it could have destroyed the tent in one swipe to get to him. And like I said, Uncle Jack never went camping alone again after that night. I'm a security guard for an alarm response company. We answer alarms for businesses and private residences. 99% of the time it's a motion detector set off by a cat, or a restaurant forgot to disarm their stuff before the stock truck arrived to unload. In this case, I was called out to a house where the back door alarm was set off, like it thought someone opened it. The owner was out of town, but she was alerted by her app and had her mother meet me there. We checked the door. It's locked. We figure maybe someone tried the door, but it didn't budge, setting off the alarm. But there's a light on inside. The mom mentions this to daughter on the phone. Daughter says she isn't sure if she left the light on or not. It's a good idea to make people think someone's home, but she just isn't sure. That gave me a bad tingle. The mother wanted to go inside to check. However, she didn't have a spare key. The neighbor did, but they were asleep, and Mom didn't want to wake them. So I fill out my papers and go back to my normal patrol routes. An hour later, the same home sends an alert out. I'm the only one in my city zone, so I answer it again. When I pull up, police and CSI are there, talking to the mother and the now awake neighbor. They are reviewing video footage sent to them by the daughter. I look at the footage. 4 armed men wearing masks and hoodies came out of the bathroom a minute after the mother and I left. They proceeded to rob the place. They had broken in and locked the door behind them for appearances. They're the ones who turned on the light. The mother told me 3 guys had robbed her daughter's home a month before. Somehow they knew when this girl would be out of town. They appeared smart, desiring a quiet robbery without conflict. But they brought guns, so they were prepared to shoot their way out of trouble if need be. The mother had wanted to go in. If she'd had a key or woken the neighbor for the key, we would likely have been shot dead by these guys when we went inside. Work doesn't give me Kevlar vests or anything. If I ever get another house call and meet someone there, I am not going inside no matter what. I count myself fortunate the way I was blocked this time, because I was prepared to foolishly go in and check if I could. The 1% of the calls where something is actually off have never been as bad as this one. To the armed robbers, let's not meet. This was one of the worst nights I've ever had. I was staying at my buddy's. We'll call him Seth. I think there was a school dance that night, if I remember correctly. We were 17, and I do remember everything else from that night. Seth lived in a suburban neighborhood in Southern California on a cul-de-sac. His parents were gone this night, and the only other person there was his uncle, who I'd never met before. We played the shit out of Resident Evil 2, and made Totino's pizzas in his toaster oven. Not pizza rolls, but the actual pizzas. Fast forward to hours later. I can't sleep. I'm on the floor and he's on his bed, passed out. I feel the heater kicking on, but it's only blowing cold air. I could tell right from this point, this was going to be a long night if I can't get to sleep. Now let me explain the layout. We were on the 2nd floor right by the stairs. Seth's bed was in the opposite corner of the doorway, facing the hallway. I was on the floor in the center of the room, next to the bed. The TV was on his dresser in front of the bed, and to my right was the closet, and a set of shelves with his Dragon Ball shit he collected. They had a chandelier in the staircase that stayed on during the night, so light came in under the door. I just couldn't fall asleep. I laid there just thinking about things. I hate those nights, but it was about to get worse. I heard someone run down the hall outside of his room, and then I heard it again. I started paying attention to the space between the door and the floor. Whenever I heard this thing run across the doorway, I saw the correct shadows. It was starting to drive me crazy. What the hell is this dude doing? Why is the uncle running up and down the hall in the middle of the night? I mean, that's who it has to be. Is he a psycho or something? A sleepwalker? Up and down, up and down. I figured, what the hell can I do about it? I'd already made sure the door was locked. Have at it, I guess. I got to a point where I had almost fallen asleep, but I heard something unsettling. Heavy breathing. Remember those plastic masks from being a kid on Halloween, where you had to breathe through a tiny slit and the mask gets all sweaty and shit? It was like that kind of breathing. I looked under the door, and it was completely blacked out. Whoever or whatever was on the other side was laying down, trying to see into the room. I was fucking terrified. I said, "Seth! Seth!" I was shaking him. He wouldn't wake up. I kept looking back under the door. When I finally woke him up, he was like, "What, dude? What's the problem?" But by then, the space under the door was clear. He immediately fell back to sleep. I never did. I didn't get 1 minute of sleep that night. After the sun started coming up, I started to feel better. I was too scared to leave throughout the night, but now I could make my escape. I drove home and slept. Later that day, I spoke to Seth. I told him his uncle scared the shit out of me, running around all night. He said there was no way that was possible, and that I should stop by, so I did. His uncle was bound to a wheelchair. A car accident in the 80s left him paralyzed from the waist down. His room was on the first floor. I asked them if they'd ever had paranormal experiences in this house. They said no. I don't really know what happened at my friend's house that night, but every other time we hung out before I moved away, we hung out at my house. A few years ago, my mother asked if I would go to her house and let the exterminator in. She told me not to leave him alone, and to follow him around and ask questions. I wasn't sure what kind of questions she meant, but sure, I can open a door, follow someone around, and annoy them. The exterminator arrives, and I follow him from room to room, asking whatever questions come to mind. Have you been getting a lot of calls for stink bugs? Did you ever need to get a rabies shot? What's the largest thing you've ever had to exterminate? For an hour, I followed this man around, while he patiently answered my ridiculous questions. He said he enjoyed our conversation. 2 days later, I'm watching the news, and see that the body of a local doctor was found bound in her basement. Her corpse was lit on fire. The very next day, the news flashes a photo of the man arrested for the murder of the doctor. He looks very familiar to me. I get a full body chill. It turns out the doctor was having an issue with mice and called an exterminator. The same one my mother called. The day after I asked this man, "What's the largest thing you ever had to exterminate?" He apparently snapped because the doctor was rude, asked too many questions, and talked down to him. Hey guys and ladies, thanks for watching. Links to all my shit are down in the description. Merch, Patreon, social media, my Discord. Be good to animals, even people.
Yo,
Snema, barracks, rish.